Do.
Thank you. So last week, you all made your return from Rick's castle. And in doing so, in a very, very long discussion, decided to go back to Sko-Tua before going to the waterfront, placing an order with Trusk, getting a ship. All these things were discussed in their order, and you decided to go to Sko-Tua first. And with that, Sweetie went into Gronk's room, communed with Vecna, the god of evil secrets, and made a bit of a deal for himself. That none of you seem to have noticed anything particularly different about him, though. You go to Sko-Tua, and you realize that with the death of Sevni and all of the other slave leaders, these last couple of days have been utter anarchy and chaos. As slaves have been revolting, slaves have been running away, and some are trying to defend their home. Like Big, the one-armed Tabaxi man, is the leader of this sort of holdout hope for the slaves. But as you continued and learned to arming the slaves, opening the armory, where they store the items, is necessary. But the only key to the armory in the seemingly enchanted doors is through the Panopticon, which no man will dare enter. But as you move your way back to the slaves, you noticed one of them dead. And as you almost engage in combat, as the Yuan Ti sort of sect has approached and actually sent Enigma packing through perceived mind control, but you figure that out later. You end up talking the snake people down as long as you give back a possession of Sevni's, which you do not have. So Gronk made a perfect replica, an amazing, intricate copy. And unfortunately, in that time period, the Fire Guard, a tribe from the nearby mountains to the west, has approached. A group of adventurers called the Rising Sun Company, the Yuan Ti, the slaves, and you guys all got into an argument over who should have rightful control over Sko-Tua. And with that, you settled on a bit of a tournament, a one-man-takes-all brawl. And in 2 days' time, and there, as the crowd dispersed, we pick up. You all see as you walk away from the town square, it sort of opens up in front of Sevni's fallen manor at this point, and everyone is now dispersed and is talking amongst themselves over what they're going to do in 2 days' time.
So, are we going to try to get into the Panopticon?
That's the plan.
Going through the top is our strategy.
We think that's
It's our
possible.
best bet.
I want to turn to Roku. Your expertise in forging and metalworking. Do you think going through the ceiling is within the realm of possibility?
Ridiculous. Do I think it would be possible? Or would I know if it would be possible to melt?
Well, with your smithing tools, you have melted down steel on a much smaller scale. So if you set up the right equipment in the right places, you feel as if it is possible.
It is possible, but it would prove to be difficult.
I think we can do it. We don't need to melt through it completely. Just soften it enough so that Chunky Boy's hammer can get through, and I nod my head towards Gronk.
Right. Then we should head back to the ship first.
Is Enigma back yet? Last we knew, she was already off the water deep.
Gronk sent a message to her to see where she went, and she responded in a hypnotic manner. But that is the last you've heard from her.
Didn't we ask the Yuan Ti to bring her back?
Yes, and she agreed.
Okay.
And I'm going to. Which way did the fire guard go? If they set off in a direction.
They sort of made their way towards the eastern side of town, past Sevnes Manor.
Okay, I'm going to take a mental note of that and then walk towards.
Did I say eastern? I meant western.
Western. Perfect. Okay. Mental note, and I'm going to start walking towards the dock to see if I can see the ship.
All right. Is it the plan with everybody?
Is the whole party going back to the dock? Because if so, I'm going to follow.
I need my smithing tools if we're going to do this anyway.
I go with the party, of course.
All right. As you do, you start to make your way over there, and the Yuan-Ti as well seem to be going back to their ship that you saw parked on the beach. So as they sort of like walk behind you, and as they follow, you kind of like are constantly checking over your shoulder. Fuck me. As you do, you constantly are checking over your shoulder to see if they're planning anything maniacal. And as you do that, you see them kind of eyeing you to make sure you don't try anything. And it's a very, very tense relationship everyone has with each other now in the 2 days that remain until this competition. As you walk past the quarries and mines and then to the fields, you eventually spot the docking area where you see this sort of this average sailing ship that belongs to the Yuan-Ti, but unfortunately Enigma has not returned yet. You figure you don't know how long she's been. Enigma has taken off, but you assume it'll be at least a couple hours left until she comes back.
Oh, now what?
That's a good question. We don't have hers.
Right,
so wait.
if we're not planning on doing anything before things get crazy, I could send Enigma a message because I have that ability before the end of the day. Grunk says.
Sure, you can try that, Grunk. See where she is.
I only have 25 words, though, so I'll have to keep it brief. Right, so, Enigma, we are waiting for you here. Please tell us when you get back. Or when you will be back. And with that, he gives his message with 2 words to spare. And you wait a bit, and he seems to space off for a bit, and she goes, oh my. Oh, I'm not quite sure where I am. I think those people got control of me. I'm making my way back now. I'll be there in a couple hours, but I'll see you. And she gets cut off as she speaks the last time that sending will allow her to.
Right, so we wait.
Could just sit here and wait unless you guys want to try and do something in the meantime.
Are we like out of earshot of the Yuan-Ti people?
The Yuan-Ti people have, when you've like stopped, I assume you guys sort of stop and examine, see the ship isn't there, kind of converse amongst each other, and you see that like dirt path that you guys follow out that eventually turns into a sand path, which eventually turns into the open water. As you stop and like commune, you glance back, and it seems the Yuan-Ti have like kept a perfect social distancing record as they as soon as you guys stop, they stop as well.
Do you think they could hear us if we talk in the local voice?
I want to test something out.
Possibility.
Follow me. And I take like 10, 15 steps forward.
You sort of like turn and start sneaking forward, like very like careful steps. And as you turn, the Yuan-Ti have like, and like they all stop as they're like mid slither, seeming to.
I'll turn to him. Is there something you want from us?
We are making sure you don't do anything rash.
Anything rash? What do you mean?
This is the woman with the snake lower half that seems to speak for the Wanti. We are
Sevni Sugar Mama?
Sevni Sugar Mama. We are trying to get to our ship. We are making sure you don't do anything crazy.
Get to your ship. Our business is our own.
And they sort of like start to like take a couple steps to the right as they like plan to circle around you.
Well, wait, actually, we think this fight should be between the actual owners of this land, and from what it seems is the Rising Sun Company, wherever they were, they don't really seem like they deserve this land as much as you guys or the slaves or Fire Guard. So, I think we should, super big air quotes, not have them be in the competition. And I don't know if you guys saw where they went, but maybe take them out in their sleep, or I don't know. I feel like it should be more fair if you guys had a more fair shot at this, other than a bunch of freeloaders just trying to take land just because they can.
I agree, but I do not know if I want to risk getting caught. Perhaps if you could assure me that nothing bad were to happen to us, then I might lay stake to your claim.
If you assist us on taking them out, probably in their sleep, I'm going to kind of like put a hand over my mouth saying that, just like make sure no one other people can hear. And then it could just be a nice even fight between you guys, the slaves, and the Fire Guard. We'll go get the Fire Guard, see if they're on board, and then we can just get rid of them in the night.
Yes, I do think this is the best method. They do not belong to this land in any way. They are but colonists.
Exactly.
You make a good point, little one. We'll be near the ship. And she starts to like...
Oh, wait. And from my pocket, I'm going to pull out the earring thing and take like 10 paces toward them, just hitting my hand extended outward.
You found it?
Yeah. It was in a nice, perfect little clearing in all the rubble.
Ignoring the fact you just said perfical, she sort of like...
What did you say?
You were like, it was in a nice perfical clearing.
Well, I meant perfect little. So
She sort of, similarly to Dabar, just forward with her snake tail. And she, like, very carefully, as you all see this woman approach you, she kind of, like, stands up to Roku height. But she doesn't, it's more intimidating now that she's up close because she's, like, standing so much on this tail. And she grabs it from you. We may be working closely in the future.
okay.
And she slinks off to her men with that sort of cobra-shaped head, and again that man with just bundles of snakes for arms, because these people are confusing. Their anatomy is confusing at the very least.
So, I think we should go try and get the Fire Guard on our side, and then we could take out the Rising Sun. I don't know, maybe tonight. I say it to the group.
Happened to facing them in honorable combat.
Well, the people who deserve the land should be fighting in honorable combat, not the people who are here just to murder.
I agree, but I am no assassin.
Well,
To Roku.
Roku, no offense, but I don't think you'd be much of help hitting someone in their sleep. Looking at like how loose, like limply he's holding his arms.
Listen, I find no pleasure in taking man out in any way other than face to face. I think if we are going to fight, we should do as previously agreed.
I think, personally, it would be more honorable for the people who rightfully deserve something to battle it out, and not just someone who thinks they deserve it to fight.
Nikolai, you were gone, but Nikolai heard that Sweetie made this proposition to the Yuan Ti to take out the Rising Sun and just like before the competition she said basically like if I don't get in trouble for it, I'll be down.
I don't like that.
Oh,
Right, to kill a man, but it's to stab him in the back or in his sleep, or I said, to take someone's life. It's honorable and trying to take the land for the people who I think deserve it. Not going to like that.
All right, we all
Listen, I know you sort of do what you do. What?
we all kind of caught that. It seems you're a little
a little laggy.
yeah, a little like there you go.
There.
Okay. In short, Nikolai just goes, no, I don't like that. And
Maybe.
As a plan, it's decent, but I think we need trying to face the Rising Sun in honorable combat. Whether or not they'll what?
No offense to your guys' honor or anything, but how those guys talked during that little encounter we had with them earlier don't really seem like the honorable folk. They seem like they're gonna try and do whatever they can to get ahead. So I feel like
you wish to stoop to their level, you're going to do as they would do. You're going to be just as bad as they are.
not just as bad as they are. I'm just saying if they're going to do it.
You're right. You're right. They never threatened to kill us in our sleep. You'd be arguably worse.
Well, they said they were here to murder for fun, so.
Doesn't get much worse than that, I suppose.
I'd take an honest murderer over a lying assassin any day. At least with the honest man, I know what to expect.
That's a good point, but I feel that if we do this, we can maybe have the other people trust us more, putting them first. If they have more people.
After we break into these men's places while they sleep and kill them with their eyes closed, you think anybody would trust you more?
I mean, you saw the Yuan Ti. They kind of seemed like we could be better with them.
No, I didn't see the Yuan Ti, so I don't know what you're referring to.
They basically said we could be working together soon if all this goes well and we do assassinate them. That the Yuan Ti would be like, hey, you guys aren't so bad because you guys would actually help us like have a more even playing field for getting our land back.
Listen, I know that you are headstrong and you will do as you please, and there's nothing I can do to stop you, so I won't try. But if you go and assassinate these men, I'm not involved. You're on your own.
Well, hopefully it'll just be me, the Yuan Ti, and the Fire Guard. But
I don't think the Fire Guard are assassins.
I mean, what do you think they want more? To keep their nobility and honor, or to have a rightful stake on their rightful land?
Well, that's just it, sweetie. Some people think like you. Some people think like me. I am inclined to believe the fire guards are my line of thinking.
You should ask them.
I believe that's what we should do. You guys
Are
see where
you-
they went?
If you do so, you do it without me. I'm
I
not
do
an
not
assassin.
think that'd be a good thing to ask. They may react poorly. As in kill you on sight. Or brutally maim you. Or
Well,
capture
then,
you.
to be fair, if they have no problem killing Sweetie, then they certainly don't have any problem killing the other guys.
That's true. And then we got
Yeah,
caught
but
in
killing Sweetie to his face by shooting him with a crossbow is a little different than sneaking into his bunk and slitting his throat while he's napping.
But the point of murdering the contestants before the competition comes, the general message is the same. The execution is just different.
I mean, would it really hurt to go talk to them?
No.
Help yourself.
I've already
I have
said,
different reasons I want
do
to
whatever
talk to
you
them
want.
than you.
Was that Jared?
I have different reasons I want to talk to them than you.
Well, if you guys want to come up to them and talk about honor and that type of stuff, you guys can do that. But I want to bring up my thing too.
I have nothing to say to them. We'll meet them on the battlefield as I promised. Until, for the next 2 days, my priority is the Panopticon. I have no plans to interfere in the fight before it takes place.
And that's where me and you differ, my friend.
Right, you're a cheater. I'm not. You're totally right there. That is where we differ.
I wouldn't say a cheater. I would just say, yeah.
Dishonorable, liar, maybe criminal. Would you like
definitely
me to keep
criminal.
going?
I mean, criminal is a pretty accurate descriptor you got there, but I don't know. Are we gonna go talk to these guys or
assassin to
not?
the list?
What I want to say would not go well after someone else asks them, hey, you want to assassinate the competition?
I bet the slaves would be down.
Probably. Well, who knows? Some of them.
Well, okay, we should go talk to someone. Let's not just stand here. Let's just go make progress.
All right, so what is the progress that is going to be made?
Roku is going to walk to the beach and find a place to sit down. Close to the
Nikolai
water.
is going to as well.
All right, you walk onto the sand and sit amongst the waves.
You said that there weren't any people fishing here anymore, but did they leave any fishing equipment?
I don't know if I noted, but I imagined their fishing equipment was askew on the beach as they in their
It's
absence.
buried in the sand.
I'm gonna pick up a pole and start fishing.
You sort of like look off and you pick up this pole and it's like half submerged in the sand and you sort of dust it off and you just cast it out into the water.
And I'll roll up my pant legs into high waters and take off my boots and wade out into the sand or wade out into the surf, holding my fishing pole. Getting back to my roots.
You see as you sit down, Nikolai seems to be about doing the same, but then decides to pick up a fishing pole, throw it out into the waters, and wade in them as well.
Okay, then I'm going to stand back up and move far enough away where he cannot hear me.
Okay.
Considering
again,
we're on the
close
beach,
to the
that's
water.
probably not very far. Like, surf is loud.
And you're like literally standing in the water as well.
Just to be safe, a good precaution.
And as he stands and casts it in the water, you take this opportunity to sort of like back up out of his realm of vision. Nikolai, would you roll a survival check?
6. As a note, I don't really care like if I catch anything. It's more of like a meditative practice for me.
Okay.
But
That was just to see
6. I'm probably not catching a whole lot.
As you stand in the water, you seem at one with the waves, as there are fish like swimming around you and like bumping into your legs, but no, you don't have any like bait on the hook. It's just a hook, and it seems like no one's really going for it, but you're okay with that as there are still some sort of sea life around you. Roku, what are you doing?
Like the room of self-actualization, I'm going to find a. Is she feeding you food?
Mm-mm.
I'm going to find a secluded spot and sit cross-legged with my maul in front of me and try to meditate.
All right.
And I'm going to try to reach out to my father.
Would you roll a religion check for me?
Oh boy. 3.
As you sit here amongst the chaos and the people of questionable morality, you can't seem to find divine influence anywhere. As you open your eyes and get done, meditating, you feel like you sort of like scoff. You're like, I didn't even want to. This is dumb, sort of like try to save your pride. But you felt the attempt to reach be made, but it's just this this whole vibe of this place is just throwing off your divine juju. So this process, of course, takes time.
Not exactly in the Notre Dame Cathedral here, Chief.
Okay.
Not the religious epicenter of the world.
Then I'm going to stand up, grab my maul, and think to myself, I have to try something else, and then walk back to the dock.
All right. Yeah, you sort of pack up your activities and make your way back to the relative comfort of the sand. Now, the rest of you, as in Hogar and Sweetie, what are you guys doing?
Walking back to the mansion in search of people.
I would like to go see if I can find the fire rod.
Okay. So, as you walk up back to the town square, it seems that any sort of hostility or traps laid by the slaves have sort of toned down, as now they know any intruders on the land. They've made themselves present in an attempt for the taking over of this land. So, as you get to the center, you remember that in the general vicinity that the fire guard took off in, and as you start to walk out of the general confines of the main area of the city, you see a group of 3 individuals, one of which you note is the representative, the dwarf man, who was the representative for the fire guard in the town meeting.
Hello.
You approach them, and they all kind of like sit amongst the grass and whatnot. And as you approach, they all 3 stand, having planted these large like torches into the ground, maintaining some semblance of a home. They sort of stand up as you look, and the dwarven fellow goes, "Greetings."
So, I'm just wondering, but if you are to win tomorrow's fight and become the ruler of this area, what would you do with the slaves or ex-slaves?
I would use them if as people. If they would like to stay as workers and as rightful citizens of this country, I would allow it, but they are criminals. This is...
Yes, but who knows, some of them might have served their time already.
Which is why they should all have the option to leave as well, if they would like. Now, it's not my duty to see if they have served their punishment, but if they have, They're willing to stay and go as they please.
I think that is what might be best for them. I don't know if any of them have any sort of governing knowledge.
Yes, I myself have maintained my tribe over the past 15 years. So I have a general sense of how to run things. Whereas these people wandering here, assuming this leadership for their own, they don't understand how these things work.
Yes. I would also like to ask you, since you live in mountains and probably explored quite a few caverns, have you ever seen anything odd, monster-wise?
Sit down, son. I have quite a few stories to tell.
I sit down. I fancy myself as a monster hunter. In fact, I can look at something and tell its weakness.
Really?
Yes.
That would be useful to have in our tribe.
I use it to great use myself.
This once, we were in a bit of a cave system we found in the mountains. It looked unstaked, so we decided to wander on in. As we did, the stalactites started dropping these eggs, little pellets, and these worms would crawl out up into the orifices of the ears, the nose, the mouth. They seemed to infect my men. It was quite the experience, but we eventually found they had a sort of mother. Once we found her, put a stop to her egg-laying business. Large worm herself. She was not much of a looker, though.
Those things aren't a problem. You just need to stick a lightsaber in your brain and they go right away.
Exactly.
Except if I recall correctly, like the worm didn't even die. Like when Orland died, you said the worm then crawled out of his.
And after she was killed, what happened to the young worms?
It seems they all sort of scattered. They became worms. No more intelligent than any other worm.
And your men?
Cured of their ailments. We lost a couple. After the worm is in their mind for several hours, they start to deteriorate. Well, in our culture, it's not bad to die from exploration or combat. It's a duty.
I see. That would be great to know if I'm ever in a cave and faced with mind-controlling worms.
I sure hope you're not.
Worms.
Yes, they are quite
I sure hope I'm never in that case either.
It's quite the creatures.
That would be a very hard thing to combat if you didn't know its weakness, so you must have had great courage to be able to fight it without knowing what it was.
It seems as though we just ignored it and pursued further. Now, when these denizens enter your brain, you have a bit of time until they officially kill you, but until then, they just sort of root around in there, and while they may cause some damage, you'll live if you could get to the mother fast enough. So, remember that.
I will.
Are you planning on competing when it comes to your group in 2 days' time?
Well, no. I'm not going to be going competing.
Oh, all right.
I was thinking about withdrawing from the battle as our group, because being this land either belongs to you guys, the ones who are neighboring and should rightfully expand, the Wanti, who own the land because apparently they had relations here and then their relations died. I don't know their business.
Yeah, but the
Or
leader
the
wants
slaves.
that.
and the slaves are the people who lived here for a while. So these three groups, I feel like, should have the land. The Rising Sun Company, I think, should be withdrawn from this fight because they don't really serve a place here. You heard it yourself. They said they were here because they're looking to murder for fun, or they came here because they're looking for someone to kill. Just
I don't
because they
have
want to.
specific recall of them saying that, but I do question their motives.
I believe what they said was they were willing to kill to be able to have some sort of rule here. Or something closer to that than kill for fun.
Yes, it was slightly more civilized, but I do agree that when it comes to the worthy procurers of this land, we are of the bunch that are, whereas they are not.
So, I know you guys are more noble people, but I feel like you guys should help us get them away from this battle and forcefully make them withdraw from this fight. I talked to the one T. They are 100% in agreement with I am.
You mean intimidate them to leaving?
Yes. Because
Well, I certainly have no problem with that. I believe they shouldn't be here, and if they should be scared for their own safety, as they will not walk out alive if they compete with me.
And it goes to show that with the three main groups competing, they have many people. You guys have I haven't even seen your entire tribe, but from how you make it sound is you are much greater in numbers than the four people we saw from them. And you guys could make use of this land with your people and expand from just your mountain holes. The Yuan-Ti, they had a ship full of people who could live on this land. The slaves, well, we already know that. Those people, with their only 3-4 of them, they do not deserve this land and they couldn't fulfill how much land this is with just how many people they have. I don't think we don't either. So I think I'll talk to the rest of the group, but I don't think we should be in this fight.
I agree, and I appreciate your same thoughts as mine. I do not want to harm anyone that were to participate in this fight, especially those whose ideals I seem to align with. We'll simply use this territory as an expanse of our military and social prowess. We hope to take this part of the region, convert them, and sort of bring people into our way of life. If convert is, of course, voluntary. Again, the slaves would be let go if they so wish. My point being is, yes, I do not agree with these four gentlemen, and will help to intimidate them, as many battles are but of theatrical productions. You know of such things, considering the way you dress, right?
Yes.
Right. It's every man must sort of go through a cycle. There's an intimidation stage, giving the attacker one final chance to leave before the battle finally insists. And I believe we should, if given the opportunity, I will attempt to intimidate them into leaving.
Okay. I don't exactly know where they're staying as of now, but I was hoping either tonight or tomorrow at midday that we could all meet up and intimidate them to leave.
Agreed.
I think tomorrow is better. I don't know, honestly.
So
The rest of
we find
our
them.
the rest of our tribe will eventually show up, presumably tomorrow.
Okay. I think
And-
we should wait until you have more people here, and then us,
Well,
you
our
guys,
friends,
Monty could all go scare them into leaving, because they do not deserve this.
while our friends may think differently about your dominion over this land, I think a lot of what they want, you share as want as well. So I will talk to them about this and see what they think.
Perhaps, but simply put, their control over this land would not be beneficial for anyone's sake, whereas ours would. So if we were to compromise, they would of course have to be under us.
Yes, and I hope we can find some ways that can work out for both parties.
As do I. Thank you for coming to me with your concerns and questions today, man. I appreciate the talk with each of you.
Yes. Have a good 2 days of preparation for battle, and see you next, whenever I see you next.
As you start to part, you see these men clad in their tattoos of scorches and burns that have been seemingly singed into their skin, and they seem comfortable as they automatically all sit around.
One last thing. What's with the tattoos? I must ask.
He sort of glances down. He's actually wearing this sort of armor that is like sleeveless. It seems he's gone to great preparation to show his arms, whether it be the tattoos or the biceps, but of which both he has plentiful. And he goes, "Oh, it is how we choose our select warriors."
So it's not like you wouldn't be putting these tattoos on the slaves if they choose to join you, right?
If they wish to join us, they will have to take the test that every child has to take in the Fire Guard clan.
Okay. All right.
Is that all you
would
would like to know?
Yes.
All right. So you walk away. As you do, they all sit around, and suddenly, with seemingly no warning, this huge bonfire in front of them just burns and then persists pretty heavily as they sort of start to rest for the evening, and presumably the next day after that.
I return to the shores where our companions are waiting.
Are the slaves? Are they just like? Where are they?
Well,
Or Big specifically?
you don't know where Big is in particular, but the slaves sort of seem to all meet in the small huts by the quarry. As you were walking through town, that is what you saw. So that is the last known place of the slaves met.
Okay. Then I'll just follow Holgar back to the beach.
All right. For the two of you on the beach, it has been a rather pleasant afternoon. The waves are calm, reassuring, and the sea breeze rolling in keeps a nice temperature as opposed to the sun that you get here down south.
I want to, at some point, like before they get back, after I've fished for a bit and been alone with my thoughts, I want to walk over to Roku so I can talk Well,
All right, you come out of the waves and your legs are wet, and as you step onto the sand, it just like sticks to them. You know the kind. It's
wet sand between the toes. It's a good feeling.
horrible.
No, I love it.
It's not a good feeling.
I love the beach. Anyway. Goku, I'd be correct in I know you are a master of the forge. Would I be correct in saying that you make things?
You'd be correct.
You maybe make something for me.
Sure. What is it?
And I wanna hold up the fishing pole. I wanted to keep that with me. I don't know if it's clear. And like specifically the string, the fishing line. You think you could fashion iron or steel into something that could serve as this wire that could use in the fishing pool?
I think if you give me enough time, I could.
I'd be willing to pay you for it if I come into money. If it's sort of under the assumption that I do at some point come into money. So if you're not willing to do so, I understand.
I'll do it for you as a friend.
Thank you, Luke.
So what are you attempting? What would you like to be? Like, what is the?
So
Yeah, what
plan,
is the point of this?
I'm gonna keep this fishing rod, but I want to replace the fishing line in it with metal wire, so that I can use the rod as a bow staff, and also extend the thing and like catch people with it to like, you know what, like Indiana Jones whip, but with a little hook at the end.
All right.
Like a tamed version of the whips that the slaver.
Yes, a more like sand down the slaving whips than use one of those. I thought you were just gonna take the fishing line out and like attach metal to both ends, so you could like come up behind someone and like choke them.
Oh no! I want like metal wire.
Gotcha.
It could be used like this wire that I am commissioning could be used as a rope, but specifically, yeah, to like lash people.
All right. Fantastic. So eventually, as the sunlight starts to dwindle, you all meet up back on the beach, waiting for presumably Enigma to come back.
As we approach, I'm just going to take it as they were just having their conversation about forging the bow staff thing. So I'm going to approach both of them during this. Okay. So I know I came off a bit harsh with the whole assassination attempts earlier, but
You didn't.
talking to the fire guard, and I think we have a good plan in mind.
You recruited your own army of killers, is that it?
No, he assigned to replace kill with intimidate.
We're gonna us, him, and when his tribe comes into 1T, we're gonna go intimidate those people to leaving. And also to reinforce that, I believe we should drop out of this fight because the three groups of people that deserve this land should be the 1T, Fire Guard, or slaves. And personally, I think the Fire Guard would be really good here because they said that they would give citizenship or freedom to the slaves, and they seem like they would do a really good job here.
I'm not withdrawing. There's
Why?
no chance. Because I fight for what I want. And what I want is for the people of Sko-Tua to have their own land, their own sovereignty. They've lived under rule of cruelty for long enough.
And when the Fire Guard takes this land, That's what they'll have. They'll have freedom. They'll have order and citizenship. They won't
it
be
what they
bossed
want?
around.
Is it what they want?
Well, from what I heard from Big, is he wanted just everyone to be safe and as citizens.
If they wanted to live under the fire guard, they would not be fighting tomorrow in 2 days. Big would not be fighting, but he is, which means they want their own independence.
Yes, but we have no
Well-
stake in this fight.
I do.
Also, how aware are they of what the fire guard are planning to do? Because when we saw them together, they were just yelling at each other. Big and the slaves could have no
If-
idea how much freedom they could have with the fire guard.
If
Yeah,
Big
they
if
can-
Big doesn't fight, then I won't either. But as long as he is in this, then I am as well. These
Big
people
himself
are my
said
people.
he didn't want to be the leader.
Big wants to go home to his family. He doesn't want to lead these people
And yet he's fighting.
because he feels like it's the only shot they have.
Right.
If we
So
can
I'm-
get there, if
I'm
we can
increasing
get
their
him
chances.
to realize, if we can get him to realize that the fire guard would be good for them, then it should be the fire guard versus the 1T. And personally, I'm siding with the.
If that happens, and if you get Big, do not fight, then I won't either. But as long as Big is in this, then I am as well, because his people are my people.
Or, alternatively, we could have Big, the first of the five-edged fight, and Nikolai fight, but no matter who of those three wins, it's just to get the 1T out of here.
Okay. I stand by what I said. If he's fighting, then I am as well.
All right.
Then first order of business is we go get rid of the rising sun, and then we'll talk to Big and get him to realize the fire guard would be good for his people, and then the
How sure are you that they would be good? You've spoken to this man once.
question. Being on this continent and stuff like that, how much would I know about fire guards' relations with other countries? Or nations?
Roll a history check for me.
19 plus 30, 20.
With a 19, with a dirty 20, you are fairly confident you've never heard of the Fire Guard. They are
Gotcha.
a mountainous tribe in the middle of fucking nowhere. Yeah, you assume their relations aren't hostile because you've never heard of them being hostile with anybody.
They just seem like a peaceful group of people who just want to expand.
Race of warriors covered in scars that they have burned onto themselves, wandering around armed to the teeth, saying we want to conquer this land and expand our territory, really seem like peaceful people.
Have you ever heard them attacking other people, like the Rising Sun?
I've never heard of the Rising Sun until 2 days ago. I've never heard of these 1T people until today. Just because I haven't heard of them, I'm a sailorman and a fisher. A fisherman and a sailor. I don't.
Wow.
And you're a common
Sure.
criminal and a thief, so forgive me for not trusting your scholarly abilities.
I'm going to go do what's right. If you want to see her on the beach, be my guest.
I will do what I believe is right when the time comes. And I'm not saying that I don't want you to do what you are doing. If you can get Big and the people of Sko-Tua to back your ideals, then I am on your side. I am just slower to trust these men. And until I am certain that it is what the people of Sko-Tua want, I stand where I stand. I want you to be right. I want people of Sko-Tua to live peacefully. I do. I just don't know that you're right. So until then, I fight because it's what I do.
Even if we do get those people to leave, and they don't, the people of Sko-Tua don't trust the fire guard. Why are you still fighting?
Because
I
they don't-
understand that you want to help the slaves, but it's their fight. It's not yours. I know they're your people, but you're with us now. We are your people, and we don't have a stake in this.
Agreed.
So let's think for a moment. If that sailor lady friend of yours, Enigma, she said, "Okay, I want this thing to happen," and the rest of us are like, "Yeah, we don't really care." Would you try to get that thing to happen? Would you support her? Because she is one of your own. You would. I guarantee you would.
Yes.
That's why I fight.
But she's one of us.
No, she's one of you.
Well, then you don't fight for us. And you aren't part of our group. You're part of their group.
I fight with you because you saved my life and I owe that much. I fight for is what I believe in. And these people, I've suffered as they have. For months, I suffered at the hands of the same men that they did. I will support them in their endeavors. I don't stand against you, and if the people support the fire guard, then I will as well. I stand with my people.
So with that abrupt exit, apparently, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, what did he do?
Do we want to take this moment to catch Gerald up?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, he's here. I think he
Sweetie's gone, so there goes that. Yeah.
So basically, what's going on is, they talked to they meaning everybody except me because my internet was pooped out at the time. Talked to the 1T, and they were like, "So you guys have a fair stake in the fight for Sko-Tua. The fire guard have a fair stake in the fight for Sko-Tua, and the slaves have a fair stake in the fight for Sko-Tua. But the traveling death band Rising Sun people don't. So we're gonna go kill them in their sleep, and we're gonna get the fire guard to agree with us." And then they went to go do that while Roku and I stayed on the beach just chilling. And when they got to the fire guard, they were like, "So maybe let's not assassinate them, but instead we'll just go scare them so they leave." And the fire guard were like, "Good idea. We're going to get these people out because they don't really deserve this place." And then they came back, and currently Sweetie and Nikolai are debating the validity of having the people of Sko-Tua withdraw from the fight and have Nikolai withdraw from the fight. So it's just a 1T versus the fire guard.
And I am on Sweetie's side for once.
Also,
Yeah, I'm kind of
should
with
we-
Sweetie, but also I'm going to cop out and go the Switzerland route and remain neutral.
I'm not
Also-
saying that the people of Sko-Tua should back out. I'm saying people of Sko-Tua should join the fire guard and join as one.
Also, what wasn't mentioned, the fact that we're willing to have the players be citizens or go back to whatever homes they had, and Sweetie is the one trying to get the Rising Sun Company out.
Yeah, basically, Sweetie is like, if the fire guard are in command or are in charge of this land, then the people of Sko-Tua will live relatively normal lives, which, for the record, is a fact that I do agree with. But Nikolai believes that it shouldn't be up to the fire guard, and
It should be up to the people of Sko-Tua.
if the people of Sko-Tua wish to join the fire guard, then Nikolai will support that, but he will not until he knows what they are doing.
Yeah, no, I got that. Like, that
as
stuff was perfectly clear. I was there for that.
As of right now, the people of Sko-Tua are like, They are
Hundreds of-
standing against the fire guard, and so Nikolai is just doing whatever they are doing because he identifies with them.
Currently, the people who are also numerous scattered groups of ex-slaves doing whatever they wish, for the most part.
Right, so, sweetie, it's time to change your bandage, buddy.
We don't have any fresh bandage here. They're all
I don't know if you noticed, but there's no boat.
He looks around. I'll think of something. There has to be like cloth somewhere.
Lying on the beach. Mm-hmm.
There's
Sure.
dead dude over there.
Do I have to mug somebody?
The
I don't
boat-
care.
a one
The boat will
ship.
be here relatively soon, probably, so you could probably just wait.
I hate waiting.
Oh, I did an impersonation of you, and you sending to Sigma. Enigma.
Sigma.
Okay. Yeah, no,
See?
that good job. I hope you did me well.
It was really
went.
good. He said like 30 times.
Right,
It
so
was like you were just here. I was confused.
I counted as the words in the sending message as well. And then she was like in a sort of frantic state as she had apparently just come out of a hypnosis type deal, and said she was coming back in a couple hours.
So I think we should wait here until Enigma comes back, sleep out the night, and then tomorrow we should go talk to the people of Sko-Tua and have them side with the fire guard, and then we can get rid of the Rising Sun Incorporation or whatever they were called. And
Rising Sun Incorporated is not a show choir group, but whatever.
That sounds like a really bad show choir
it's a rough
group.
one.
And then all groups together can get rid of 1T. And the fire guard and ex-slaves can live happily on these lands.
All right. If the people of Sko-Tua get behind that, then you have my full support. This totally banks on your ability to sell that idea to them. At least my stance totally banks on your ability to.
Well, the problem with the ex-slaves of Sko-Tua is that there's a lot of them and they're not really organized at all.
Well, if their leader can agree with me, I think that would be the best.
That's
because
the problem. They don't have a leader. There's only the small group that follow Biggs.
we'll have to go bring that up to, what was the fire guard dwarf's name? Did we ever catch that?
We did not.
Okay, we'll have to go bring that up to him, and hopefully he can deal with them peacefully. Or if he does gain control, hopefully they'll see hopefully they see it's good, and we'll calm down their anarchist ways.
We can go try and set up a meeting between Biggs and the fire guard.
If we still have time to kill before the ship arrives, we could try to find the slave leaders now and speak with them.
Nikolai, you stand for the slaves a lot. Would you mind coming with us to help sell this idea?
Yes, I will come.
For this time, I think I'm going to stay here with my brother on Roku. That's all right with you two. Unless either of you want to go along with them.
Do you guys want to stay here, or do you guys want to come
Sweetie
with?
and I are usually the tag team. I don't know why that would change now, but I can stay here and watch Roku. Me and him are buddies.
I was just thinking I wanted to talk to you about something regarding the Panopticon. If it would be possible for you to use the same thing that you used to turn metal into things on the roof. To maybe make a hole in it.
What?
Using the metal from the
The
roof.
combination of the usual Jared mumble on top of the fact that whatever room he's in echoes more than a turtle's anus makes it impossible to understand what he's saying.
Whoa. I
How
don't even want to
echoey
know
is
how
a
you know what.
turtle's anus? Why is that a comparison you made off the top of your head?
Because
Yeah,
it actually there is a basis for it. I was watching a YouTube video, and the guy was he was it was like a podcast or whatever. He was podcasting from like there was sort of like what we're doing now. It was like a Skype call or whatever. But the one guy was sitting in a hallway, and that's the reference he made. He said, "I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm talking from the inside of the turtle's anus," because it was really echoey.
Well, sadly, this room only has a table in it right now.
Yeah.
So we just cleared out of everything that used to be in it.
What room is it?
My little sister's old room.
Oh.
Damn it.
Ooh, I spent a lot of nights in there.
Little sister,
My
Derek,
little
little
sister.
sister.
I know.
Well, I think that must kill God
She's
himself.
14.
And
It's
now
okay.
the FBI is
She's
monitoring this
13.
call.
Jacob,
Okay.
she's 13.
So, Roku, Gronk, or Hogar, would you all like to stay on the beach?
Yes, and for those who didn't catch what I said was if Gronk would be able to use his channel divinity on the roof.
I figured I'd just use heat metal and stuff. That's not really how my channel divinity works.
No, like
Yeah, heat
We're
metal
gonna
works.
use heat metal and 2 forges, one to create heat and one to pump it.
And then, but like you need
I
me to
understand
like,
what Jared's saying.
make a
though.
pocket forge.
Make a what?
Like, is Jared suggesting I make a pocket forge or like?
No, I think because you can use
make a
channel
hole.
the divinity to turn one metal something into a different metal something. And I think he's saying turn the metal roof into a hole.
Just put
Or
it
like
into
the
a hole,
square of
even.
metal on the roof into a hole. I don't know.
Not even a
if
hole,
that's how
make it like a manhole. And then you can just lift it up.
Think so,
no,
but I will
that's not how
consult
it
the rule
works.
book.
Garrett consulted the rule book, and he said, that ain't it, Chief.
That's yeah. I was.
It says once the creation is completed, it coalesces in an unoccupied space of your choice on a surface within 5 feet of you. So the space is occupied by the roof, and it is not it can't be on a surface because it is the roof. It is a surface.
Also, like you're not like it's made specifically to create objects, not holes.
I appreciate the thought behind it, but I don't know about this one.
The hole's what would be left after you make something.
I don't know. If you
To
were
be
to
fair, that's not how heat metal works either.
It isn't. It is not how heat metal works either.
Well, but we're not just using heat metal though. We have additional things playing into that. That's why we were going with that plan. And again, I really like this. We're not melting melting the roof is not the goal. We just need to get it soft enough to hammer through. And
Garrick,
a blast.
Could I use my channel divinity to make a sawzall?
What?
I'm gonna say no on the power tools.
Okay.
Roku, are you coming with us to the slave meeting, or are you staying on the beach?
I am staying on the beach.
To be fair, you don't have to stay on the beach. You could go do other things if you would like to. Like if you wanted to go anywhere else, you could. That goes for Gronk and Hogar. Like you guys could go do stuff as well.
Nope, I want to be here as soon as the ship, or as soon as I see the ship.
Oh well, we're just making sure nobody beats up Roku.
And no one tries to mug him.
Yeah, Roku is like
frail.
He's
frail.
pushing vegetable state right now.
If it gets too bad, I could be like, boom, disintegrate.
But then you be like,
and then die.
Ouchie.
You're like,
What's that?
disintegrate.
There's a
I'm gonna
god
go
in my head
sleepy.
now?
I'm gonna take a nap right here. Okay, so Nikolai and Sweetie, the, dare I say, very unlikely pair, team up and attempt to walk further into Sko-Tua while the three of the orc descendants sit on the beach. I would like to stick with them as you watch Sweetie and Nikolai walk further into the city of Sko-Tua. What do you guys all do?
Roku is like scanning the horizon looking for the ship.
All right. Roll perception check for me, which is basically just like for this whole time.
Oh, okay. This one's solid. I don't know what my bonus is though.
Keep watch.
17. Yep.
All right, cool. You keep a steady watch. I will tell you if you see anything.
Derek, I was thinking recently,
Mhm.
and it's kind of ridiculous just how many times we rolled perception checks when we were playing.
Doom or Annihilation.
Yeah, it was because like usually like 2 or 3 days would happen per session, and all 5 of us would roll at least once every night. It was ridiculous. That module is just weird. The more I think about it, the weirder it is.
I want to play Curse of Strahd, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I do too.
I run it.
Is that a whole other thing we can get into right now?
Let's hold off.
Okay.
Right,
okay.
yeah. Let's stick with the session at hand.
Somebody
Thank you,
remember to
Hogarth.
bring that up later, because
Yeah,
I
I've
was
been
just
meaning to
speaking
talk
about
to you people about that.
Okay. Guys,
So,
you have to listen to my. We got it. The amen, guys. We got to make it the amen. Okay. Anyways, we'll talk about it
amen,
later.
yes.
The amen.
We'll talk about this later. I was
That's what we
talking to
got.
Abe about it.
Yes.
the amen.
Yes.
Yeah, the amen.
We're
Anyway,
all-
doesn't matter.
It's whatever. Yeah, we can't. We're not. We're trying to save time here.
Right,
Those of you on the
Roku.
beach, discuss anything.
Gronk,
Want to
what
see
do you
how
think about this?
Oh, I was gonna do okay. Well, I think Nikolai has some decent points, but I also think Sweetie, for the first time in his life, has also made up some compelling points. And yeah, I wish we weren't in this mess in the first place. I wish we had a big fuck off MacGuffin, if you catch my drift, to get rid of all these people. But you know.
What?
I wish they would just go away, but it's okay.
I mean, the fire gods seem like decent people, if you ask me.
The fire god scare me, Hogar.
Yes,
Because Nikolai brought up a good point. Armed to the teeth, scars, literally burn themselves. Epitome of badassery if that was a lifestyle, but also hard ass. So I don't know if that's really what these people need.
That's why I said decent rather than good.
Because Sko-Tua, the people of Sko-Tua have already come out of literally your life doesn't belong to you lifestyle. And I'm not sure what version of freedom the fire god would give them.
What makes it sound like they'd be citizens just like any other member of the fire god, but I don't know what that would include.
But I do know, Wanty, that's a big no-no. And the Rising Sun Company, that's also a big no-no.
Yes, especially their incestuous leader of the Yuan-Chi.
Yeah, that breeds problems. But this is a depressing topic. How about we do something fun?
Nice.
Roku,
Yes.
would you like to see how much of our fish we can fit into our mouth? I'm gonna look at Roku's gross hand and be like, right, maybe not that game. We could play tic-tac-toe in the sand.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna play tic-tac-toe with Roku.
And I'm gonna play, but still keeping a wide eye on the horizon.
I'm going to trend to the waters, take a fishing pole, and fish.
All right, roll me a survival check. And while this is happening, the two of you carve out that grid into the sand structure, and you make that first X. And then Roku, with the decrepit long hand of Vecna, makes a circle. And the gauntleted, it goes back and forth between this gauntleted holy orc hand and the decrepit hand of the god of evil secrets. Well, do you roll? Just roll d20s. Which one is higher wins.
19. Or 18, my bad.
All right.
3.
Gerald, you're muted.
Hold on. I gotta get my lucky dice because if I know I know I'll do just as bad as a 3.
So Hogar, as you're fishing, as they're playing, all of a sudden you see a similar sensation to what Nikolai saw, and all these fish start swimming around you. And you just sort of like gently lean this baitless hook in front of them, and they just kind of trust you. So they're like, and you yank up this bass of pretty good size.
You'll never believe what happened, Garrick.
What are you rolling?
Roll a 3.
I rolled a 3.
Catch game.
Tie. You scratch it out. Go again. Tie. And you compete over and over again at tic-tac-toe for hours on end. And eventually, Gronk, you see Roku let his guard down. You almost have him. You got him into a trap. And just, Roku, as you're leaning down, you hear, "No, you insolent child, don't put your ex there." And you sort of look, and you notice that, in fact, you had just fallen into a trap, and you... another tie game. As you guys wipe the board clean once more.
Oh, thank you. I think to myself.
You are now a bit paranoid as to the extent that Vecna will watch you. If he's willing to stare at you while you play tic-tac-toe for hours on end, he'll probably stare at you doing other more interesting things. So it's a little concerning, but...
Congratulations. Vecna has become the U.S. government.
Yes.
America. Yeah. Give me a sec to eat this, and I'll pop out again.
By attuning to the hand and eye of Vecna, you have let the Patriot Act pass through Congress.
Yep.
Well, pardon the eye. The hands, it's hard to see through your hands.
You know, this conversation brought up something very funny. I'll tell Garrett about it later. It'll be funny.
Sacrificing your privacy for security. That is the Patriot Act.
This isn't security. This is just scary.
Hey, he let you win at tic-tac-toe, or at least tie, you know? So there you go. Vecna
He called me an idiot. He insulted me.
He said you were an insolent child.
Exactly.
So, Nikolai and Sweetie, as you start venturing further into Sko-Tua, both of you share awkward silences.
No, we don't. I want to talk as we walk.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Sorry, that was more aggressive than I meant it to be. But
no, we don't. Oh, I'm sorry.
Listen, sweetie, I didn't mean to come across so aggressive back there. I do believe that you are looking out for what's best for my people. For that,
Yeah.
I'm grateful and thankful.
Sorry I came off so strong with the whole "let's go murder those people" thing.
I understand that, well, I mean, I know we haven't talked about it, but I assume at least your upbringing was a little different from mine. So I understand that might be something that's a little more your speed. Tell me,
I'm trying to change though. So
How
well,
how did you come into contact with Rick, or who you thought was my mother?
well, just going out doing a job. I was actually going around selling some basilisk. You know how it is. Earning some good money.
Yes, I know how it is. Mm-hmm. Selling drugs, I definitely know what that's like.
And
It's
it's like
okay. I
like selling
I was this close to butter bombing a church once, so I don't have the cleanest record myself.
oh nice. Um,
Nice.
well, selling basilisk is like selling puppies. You have something that people want, and then you sell them for really expensive, and then you come out with all the money, and everyone else gets what they want. So it's like a win-win situation. But I was in this bar, just drinking away,
Never
and
thought about it like that. That's actually that makes it sound almost ethical.
I was sitting in this bar just drinking. You know how it is. And this woman came up to me, and she had started talking about, "Oh, my son is missing. Can you please go find him?" I think
does
that's how
not
she
sound
sounded.
my mother.
Not even remotely.
And then I was basically told, "Hey, I'll give you some money if you go to this place and go rescue him." And I was like, "Hey, that's a lot of money." So I decided, what the hell, I'll go do it. And lo and behold, 2 months later, well, yeah, 2 months. I was there when she got everyone else. She said, she put me on hold. She said, "You can go get him, but I need to form up a team first." So I was basically sitting over at Morns. Was it Mornstead? Is that the right place?
Nope.
What's the name of the town?
Which town?
The town we were in, the Raven Queen.
Brighton.
Brighton.
Brighton. That's the one. I was
You
sitting in
weren't.
Brighton.
I didn't think you were from Brighton. We all traveled there. Like we being Ferris, all traveled there together.
Well, I traveled there because I was running drugs. You know how it is.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And well, I stayed there for about like a month, and then all these people came up. This knight guy who was kind of an asshole, and these two brothers, and then we just kind of we fought a god there. She was really ugly, but she also had like some birds. I don't know. It was confusing. But then my girlfriend Enigma sailed us all the way over here, and we saved you. So yeah.
Well, selfish intentions aside, I am very grateful.
Hey, sweetie, would you roll a history check for me? Just to try to remember the accuracy of your statement.
Is that Garrick's way of saying if you roll high enough, I'm about to correct every fallacy that was in your retelling?
Please be
Because
high.
there were quite a few.
It was good enough for me. I got a 6.
Everything sounds perfect. You didn't leave out a single detail.
Well, Stu, thank you.
Oh, Ferris,
Ferris.
that's not your name. Nikolai, you remember at the reference of birds and a god lady, you start to remember your own adventures in Brighton, and you sort of those two together.
Yeah. As soon as I was rescued, mention of the Raven Queen was made, and I was like, I may have been involved in that. I grew up most of my life with very few friends, and I made some, and they were all killed. So,
I'm sorry to hear about that.
No, it's how it is. Your group saving me, and not only saving my life, but also taking me in as one of your own. I appreciate that. It's more than I could ask, far more than I could ever repay. So thank you.
No
To
problem.
you and your friends.
Well, I don't know if they'd call me friends. I like to call them friends, but I don't know. it still kind of seems like they choose literally anyone else over me. So,
I mean, they seem to have your back there on the beach.
yeah, that I like to say that's nice, but first time, so. Yeah.
And I'll sort of like do the friendly, like while you're walking, you like put your arm around somebody to pat their opposite shoulder, but not like as a, you know what I'm talking about? That thing you do. I'll give him one of those, which is awkward because he's like 2.5 feet tall.
Very small. So you bend down enough to reach around his shoulder and give him a little pat. Reassuring and calming the tensions down between the two sides of the party. Very, very proud of you both as you have resolved a situation and you walk forward into the confines of what is the city of Sko-Tua, former slave city. Where do you guys go specifically?
You mentioned huts near the quarry. I think I was going to head that direction, unless Sweetie has an alternative plan.
I mean, that's where we saw him originally when we went to the armory. Like, we kind of saw faces in there, so.
I figure even if we can't find Big, we could find some group.
All right. As you walk in and past this this is by no means a measly walk. It's I tend to skip over it sometimes since your original walk into Sko-Tua, because you guys have heard it 1,000 times.
While we're walking after our conversation, I want to just tell random fishermen, like sailors' fables that I've heard. Whether he's interested or not, I'm going to try to break the ice with those.
And the ladies would lure this men to their death with the, "Are you listening? Who cares?" And you keep going as you you tell about different legends, how it's bad luck to kill a seabird. Obviously, you know that.
Yeah.
The stories about sirens and about harpies and how very similar those things are, and different fables. Sweetie, you are listening or not? I suppose that's up to you.
Listening and interested, because sailors.
It is.
Yeah, I did sort of figure like him being a bard, storytelling is like his thing.
Yeah.
So,
considering he just told you a story that was both detailed and lacked detail, he put in the wrong details. Like, but as you guys all walk, you eventually see past the fields, into the quarry and the ramshackle huts, the sort of shanty town that lies outside of it. And you see like movement inside these. It seems that these huts are like sort of connected together into like, it's basically a trailer park. Every once in a while there'll be like a stack of these 4 huts that have been transitioned into like a large square room.
I just want to sort of wander in to the trailer park.
Mm-hmm.
As you walk in, you see one with a very, very noticeable light source coming from within its windows, which most do not have. And you go to like knock on the door, and the door swings open. Before you can even hit it, proving that they were watching you and as you arrived. And in the doorway and within the house stands that black furred tabaxi man, a sledgehammer not in his grasp. He goes, "Oh, welcome. There's not a lot of room, so should we talk here?" And he looks back and he points to like 10 other people in this little sort of rectangular house.
If it's too crowded, we could stand outside. I am not bothered.
All right. And he sort of just takes a couple steps out and shuts it. As he opened the door, there was hustle and bustle, and there was noises, and you can tell they're trying to be like sort of secretive about where they're at, but with all those people in that room, they're at each other's throats, and it's very apparent.
Mm-hmm.
You step out and you see some people that you recognized, like the goblin Shem you talked to a bit at the quarry, and the Loxodon that was guarding the door to the private auction, stuff
Number
like
one?
that. The what?
The number one?
Number one, yes.
I just want to
Well,
nod towards Big and say, I know that you mentioned having taken up the leadership role rather reluctantly, but as of now, it is where you are. That being the case, my friend here has a proposition of an arrangement he would like to speak about with you.
An arrangement?
And I'll
yeah.
sort of I know there's not a lot of room, but I'll half step back with my arm gesturing towards Sweetie, the floor is yours.
I was talking to the not the Wanty, I'm sorry, the Fire Guard, and we agreed that the Rising Sun should not be a part of this battle due to the fact that they have no claim for this land other than just wanting it.
Agreed.
And upon talking to the Fire Guard, we asked what they would do with all you guys who have really nowhere else to go. And they talked about how they would give you citizenship. And if you wanted to leave, you could leave. And basically, if you wanted, you could be inducted into the tribe. How they made it sound was kind of what you guys wanted. And to basically break up this fight, we were going to have to see if you guys wanted to join them. And it would just be the Fire Guard versus the Fire Guard and you guys versus the 1T. And everyone would be in your favor.
I don't... He seems to ponder a bit. The whole point of this is to not be under anyone else's command. I want to go home, but I know a man in here. His name is Vesh. He has been talking like this as well. He wants the Fire Guard to protect us, and he's willing to give up anything to help out the Fire Guard. But I know another man named Kez who is bloodthirsty. He wants to see any opposition to Sko-Tua dead. I can't convince everyone of getting behind this. No matter which way we go, if I drop out and join the Fire Guard, someone will take my place. If I stay, I can assure that my side could have a chance.
And what side is that?
Us slaves. It seems that despite what people think, they're at least willing to rally around one of their own. If I can win, then I could honestly, I'm leaving. I don't have any sort of quarrels with somebody else taking over. And that may be the Fire Guard, but right now I feel as if the majority of slaves would listen to me, or would at least like me to fight, just even as a formality. They wouldn't like outsiders trying to defend our honor.
But if you're going to fight just to leave, then these people could turn out worse than they are now. This entire place could turn into just anarchy, and they would all murder each other because you've seen some of your people go crazy.
I don't think it could get any worse than it is now. We barely have enough food for these people in this hut here, and I do not know where anyone else is around this property. I will fight, and I will leave, no matter what the outcome is. If I walk out of that ring alive, I will be leaving.
And then what happens?
I don't know. Don't care. But so I just know that
you will just abandon them. You'll leave them to their own devices so that they live in this squalor for forever.
Yes, it's not my problem. I did not ask to be a leader. I've served my time, and I want to go home now.
But if you at least joined with the Fire Guard, these people could have hope, and they could be with the Fire Guard who know how to cultivate the land, and they could bring you guys food, and not you guys wouldn't be in just this
Not.
anarchy state.
We don't. We were kept here. We don't live here. Everyone here probably had a home and probably wants to get back to it. If they want to make their name for themselves here, then they can go ahead. But I think our group is just too diverse to hold under one common umbrella that isn't just ourselves.
And under the not rule, but this were the domain of the dwarves, then your people would be free. They have what they want. You get
Whoever
what you want.
whoever wants to join the fire guard can. And if you guys want to go back home, they said they'd let you.
I've been in this camp for too long to trust authority. I'm sorry. I owe it to myself and my slaves to not my slaves, but you know what I mean. I owe it to myself and my fellow slaves.
You don't care about them. You don't care what happens. Don't pretend to owe anything to them when you're just going to leave and let them live in the squalor that they are now.
It is none of my business in how they live. They make these choices. I'm in this position because they look to me, because I'm the strongest, and because I had the courage to take out an overseer when I had the chance. I just want to go home.
And I am okay with that. I respect that. But you say things like, I owe it to my fellow slaves, or I'm fighting for them because they want me to, because you represent their stake in all this, but you don't represent anything. You said so yourself. If you win, that's it. That's the end of it, as far as this is concerned. That's not fighting for anything. That's fighting for nothing.
No, it's fighting for a choice. A choice each person can withhold. It's none of my business what their choice is.
The fire guard is going to
The
give you
dwarves will offer that same choice.
How do you know? Do you know these men? Have you heard anything about these men? And you're placing our lives in the trust of them. It's not my. It's not my.
Have they proven that they're not?
I don't know them.
Trustworthy?
I have no idea who they are. They just want our land, and they can have it once all of us are gone. But I am not entrusting all of our care with them to possibly let us go. I am just leaving on my own accord, and these people can go as well.
You said.
Then why don't you leave now?
You said that they can have your land once you are gone. Have you told them that?
No, we have had no discussion that wasn't the argument in the square.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should talk to them.
I will certainly.
These things that you're telling my friend and I'm sure the dwarves would be more than happy to hear these as well. If you are free to leave, then you leave, and when everyone is gone, they get it. This way, you don't have to fight and maybe die. Because you speak of when this is all over, you will go home. That's if you make it through it. And if you don't, then one more innocent life has been lost for nothing. You say you're fighting for nothing, for the choice. But if you die, no one gets that choice.
You're talking to me as if I have say for everyone, and I just think our group is too diverse to put one choice, one alliance to all of us. If I join the fire guard, then somebody will take my place in the fight. I want to stand as a representative for those that were in squalor. But now, after the fight, then everyone is off on their own. I just don't. I don't want to just. I don't want to get involved with anybody else.
Why must you wait until after the fight? Why can they not leave now?
I suppose they can. But
why don't you leave now?
I don't expect you to understand, but there is a sort of bond that you get with your fellow captives.
I don't understand.
Yes.
I've been through unimaginable tortures at the hands of the same men who have put you to your knees.
And I apologize for that. But from what I have heard, you were kept in solidarity. We have suffered together. I'm very sorry for what happened to you, and that is why you don't fight for us. I will talk to
Can
the
I have
fire
a-
guard chief.
You will?
I will talk to anyone. I'm willing to come to an agreement, but I cannot guarantee an allegiance.
Right then. How about now? I'll go with you. Go up to the town square and talk with the dwarves.
All right. Do you know where they are at?
Yes, we do.
Can you make me one promise, though?
That depends.
Tomorrow, about midday, the Wanti, the fire guard, us, and hopefully you guys, we're going to try and get the Rising Sun. We're going to go intimidate them into leaving because they do not deserve this land. Not nearly as much as the rest of you three groups do.
Absolutely. I think they're a disgrace to this entire problem. I will do anything it takes to get them out of this running.
Okay. Thank you for at least promising me that.
All right. Now, let's have this meeting.
I'll head out and start leading them towards the. You said the fire guard, like at the town square, right?
No, they were kind of on the outskirts.
Or like west of that.
West, yes, west
Yeah.
of.
Okay. I'll start heading that direction then.
Okay.
I say I'll lead them. I will follow Sweetie, who is presumably leading them because he has been there.
So yeah, I'll lead the. Is it just the three of us?
Yes. It seems he doesn't take anybody with him, or does he tell anybody that he's going to leave? From the looks of the chaos that ensues inside of his room, they got a lot to. They're kind of under a distraction. So, as you walk,
Like a really like a 12 people Hispanic family's house. Like everything is going on in the background. Shoes are getting thrown. Languages are being shouted that you don't understand.
that is exactly the case. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people in that home. And one of them is a loxodon, and one of them is a giant cat man. So honestly, it is just cramped as all hell. So, as you start to make it to the outskirts of town, you see the shadows of the large bonfire as they cascade on the mountain wall. They sort of have set behind him as a makeshift shelter. And you approach the fire guard, or what is here of them, as there's one tattoo-ridden dwarf, as well as two tattoo-ridden Goliaths. And as Big is walking up, he looks over to you, Nikolai, and goes, "I thought you said they were all dwarfs."
I was under that impression as well.
As you walk up, you hear, "Oh, can I help you?" And you can see he like sort of exchanges a little bit of a glance with his people around him, and they all sort of get ready. They look to be eyeing you, ready to strike.
We're just here to
does
talk.
Big have his sledgehammer with him?
Big does not have a sledgehammer with
So
him.
we're all unarmed, right?
From the looks of it, yeah.
Okay, cool. That'll at least help ease hostilities slightly.
I'm not going to do anything, as he's waving a sledgehammer in his one hand.
Right? The dwarf man, he appeared to be the leader, right?
He's actually the only one who has not only spoken but made a single noise this entire time.
Excuse me. We wish to discuss things. Help ease the threat of violence that looms over these lands. if you're willing to talk.
I'm always willing to negotiate when the time comes.
My name is Nikolai Kravitz. This is my ally, Sweetie. He spoke with you earlier today, and this is Big. He speaks for the slaves of Sko-Tua for the most part.
I try. You see, Chief, it seems as though these people, they want me to ally with you, and I do not see the problem with that. Besides the fact that I'm afraid that all the slaves will rally under me, but once I start picking sides, they will all start picking their own individual sides, and that worries me. But if I stay where I'm at, the pillar that I am now, that represents the downtrodden here in Sko-Tua, I think I will have the majority of the support, as they all can at least relate to me under the slavery circumstance. Right. Did they mention that that if anything were to go wrong, we would protect you? Yes, it's just that in my history we have a bit of trust issue with authority, which is also why we need to know that if you win, we are given the choice to leave. Of course, you can leave or you can join. Those are your two options. I'd make that abundantly clear as well. No one is required. This is an expansive territory, and that is what we were trying to do. And they seem to talk a bit more and come to a general understanding. But one problem seems to prevail, and that is the slaves have a lot of differing opinions amongst them. So if Big were to completely submit to the Fire Guard, that the foundation of the slaves that they've formed is holding on to Big as their representative. But if Big were to abandon that post, then they would scatter amongst themselves, and they don't know who they would join.
Wait, I have a kind of a solution.
Yes?
Maybe instead of the ex-slaves joining the Fire Guard kind of joins the slaves. So when the slaves win big, you go and fight for the land, and you'll have everyone's back and win. Then that's when you join, and you guys can work together after that.
Or even before the fight, if you publicly announce not even siding with the slaves, but to endorse them and make it clear that if you win, their choices are their own. Perhaps you would win more support. I don't think it's possible to please every one of the slaves. They all have their own personal matters. But if you at least, and I'm addressing the dwarf as I say this, I don't know if it's clear. If you at least go out and you say that if you take Sko-Tua, then they are free to do as they please, as you have said, either leave or stay as a member of your tribe. Then perhaps they could be more willing to let Big sit this one out. Alternatively, could just have Big be in the fight and lose to you, if that's a little more on the side of theatrical and personally dishonest. I don't think that's the preferred plan. But if you could publicly say that if the Fire Guard win, the slaves have their freedom, or at least their choice, that could turn some heads in your favor.
We'll state that before the match begins, but as far as the match goes, combat is sacred amongst us. So there will be no holding back when it comes to that.
I understand. Now, you say combat is sacred, but I think everybody here can agree that the snake people and the rising sun, their intentions are far less honorable than any here. So in combat can an effort be made to eliminate them first.
Of course, that was my plan the whole time. I can make no such promises. Those of you will not be caught in the crossfire.
What do you mean?
And I think tomorrow, as planned now, midday tomorrow, we meet up and we get rid of the rising sun of everyone together, planning on getting rid of them.
I'm not sure that intimidation alone will be enough to ward them off. They seem like headstrong folk. It's possible that things could come to violence. Our large group against the four of them.
Do you know where they are?
No, that was also an issue. However, a few in our party do have some magical abilities that could be used to aid that process.
Right. Well, as far as this alliance goes, I suppose we have a more trusting idea of what the Fire Guard can bring us, and I will certainly accept your endorsement and look forward to either one of us winning. And they sort of like get up and they shake hands, and despite the size difference, their hands are approximately the same. They shake and start to walk off to their own corners.
I'll turn to Sweetie, and first thing I want to do is go for a fist bump.
Fist bump.
That was not going to lie. That went far more swimmingly than I thought it would.
You know what?
I place more faith in you, friend. You have a certain way with words.
Thank you. So, are you still planning on being in that fight then?
I think we should see how things turn out with the Fire Guard tomorrow. I'm going to make my final decision after that.
Okay.
That said, with the Fire Guard happening tomorrow, I think that the Panopticon leaves us with that tonight. As soon as the ship arrives and we get the forging tools, I think that is our next plan of attack, should be the Panopticon. Obviously, we'll run this by the rest of the group.
I think that's a good idea.
You make your way back to the beach?
Yes, I do. Yeah. Unless Sweetie has something else that he's like, hey, let's go do this.
No.
All right, cool.
All right. You walk to the beach a little bit in higher spirits. You've successfully negotiated a truce or an endorsement at the very least between two opposing sides. And you walk with a bit of pride.
This is, from a player standpoint, as well as the character standpoint, this is really, it makes me feel warm inside compared to last campaign when we wandered in, murdered everyone, and said, your problem now, and noped the hell out. We're actually making sure things are working between groups now. It makes me happy.
I feel like a super powerful bard right now.
And
Just walking around being like, hey, I propose ideas.
Also, I think this serves as a general lesson to Sweetie specifically, but anybody going through negotiations. After everybody is done shouting at each other and the temperatures have lowered, maybe that's the best time to start suggesting solutions instead of just screaming at everybody when they're screaming at each other already, because that gets you, threatened to be killed.
Yeah.
This is good stuff. Good stuff.
as you all walk back, night has officially fallen on this town as the first night finally comes in, and as you all meet up with your friends at the beach, Roku has kept patient watch, and throughout the night saw nothing. No extra ships in or out. All right, do you
Beginning to concern me. You're sailing away for not more than a few hours. Brooke, could you communicate with her again?
Right, I can do that, and I turn away from tic-tac-toe. So I'm gonna cast Sending for the second time, and basically ask, right, Enigma, where are you?
Gronk, I don't know where I am. Cooper and I were lost. I think we are getting closer to the waterfront, but I'm trying to find... And the message cuts off.
Right, so she and Cooper are lost.
That's not
So there's
fun.
that. They think they're almost to the waterfront, but they don't know.
I thought it was 2 days sail away from here.
Right.
It's really weird
Yeah,
how
I
the
don't
timeline is
know,
working
buddy.
out.
I'm just as lost as you are, if not more so.
Yeah, you figure it'd be a lot easier to communicate your ideas if they weren't kept to, 25 words, especially if one
Rather
party is
have a
panicked.
conversation. Yeah.
Well, I know our plan on the ship was to get our stuff and then go break through the roof. But do we?
I mean, the
can we
frontal
still do that
assault is still an option. Unless, do you guys have some other way to penetrate solid steel without your equipment?
Yeah. No.
I have no idea how to break these steel.
Yeah. No. I could heat it up with my hinge, and magic, but that won't get it hot enough to bend it.
We might have to go through the front door if we want to do anything fast enough to go in.
Oh, Roku, when you gazed into through the wall, was there a light source of any kind? Was it dark in there? Could you see? Or I mean, I assume you could see anyway. But did you see any light sources?
I saw 5 feral beasts and not much else. That meaning Tom does not remember if there was a light source.
Well, the problem is, I
There's a
know.
point made about this place that's so black it breaks people.
Yeah, my issue is I am pretty sure most of you can see in the dark just fine. I cannot.
And Gronk's gonna snap his fingers, and the tip of his index is gonna start glowing, and then pass it on over to his other finger and just sort of bounce it back and forth as I cast using the cantrip light. Right, I don't think getting you to see will be a problem.
Never mind then. Roku, I know you're not in greatest shape right now. You trust us to protect you in there.
I'll be just fine.
Sweetie and I were talking, and with the fight in 2 days and our planned confrontation with the fire, or not the fire god, the rising sun tomorrow. We think that the Panopticon is best done tonight. Gives us most recovery time between other major incidents. In case something goes wrong.
All right. So what's the plan?
Right. Nikolai, do you happen to have what does Nikolai have on him that I could make glow?
I have a broken broom handle that I've been using for a bow staff. That is my only non-clothing item.
Cool, it glows.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's in case we get separated, which I hope we don't, but
Similar thing.
So the plan is we leave now.
We leave now. Don't have anywhere else I have to be.
time is of the essence.
Nicholas sort of like awkwardly laughs to himself at that really bad joke.
Yes, there's a very big back of boat here that we can sleep on. So let's just raid that Panopticon.
Well, if she's near the waterfront, if she got there through magical means or something along those lines, she said that it would take about 2 days to sail there. So that means it'll take her about 2 days to get back here. So I don't think we can expect her to be here anytime soon, if she's returning at all. She also said that, she had to go to the waterfront anyway, so it might be in her best interest just to stay where she is.
We could have Gronk tomorrow message her to ask for Cooper. The purchase a ship for us and have Cooper sail that down here to pick us up in 2 days. Time or so.
Uh-huh. I
Even
didn't
though
understand that, but I'm sure it was useful.
Cooper buys ship for us with our money. We get that message through with Gronk sending. That was the message.
Okay, there we go. I did get it that time.
Oh,
Whether-
wait,
Yes?
I think we should probably tell the Wanti that we're not going to murder those guys anymore.
You probably should.
Yes.
Get
Maybe call off your planned assassination.
Yeah. I'll look over. Does the ship have like people guarding like the gangplank or something, or like?
No, but there is not one out.
Okay. Does anyone want to accompany me over here, just in case?
I will come with you.
Yeah, I'll go with you, sweetie.
Thanks, guys. I'm not necessarily the
Yeah, you did a right good job pissing them off the other day, so I totally understand it.
yeah.
that was today.
Yeah, that was just earlier today, Chief.
A couple hours ago.
It seems like so long ago. Yeah, no, literally, you did a right good job pissing them off earlier. So let's go.
All right. You sort of walk over in front of this sailing ship and sort of gaze up at it.
Roku does not go with. He's going to try and meditate again.
Okay. Would you roll another religion check for me?
6.
Okay.
Something tells me intelligence is not Roku's strong suit with these low rolls.
You sit down and you meditate once more. Without a specific chamber, however Rick made his, meditation is hard, especially out in former slave state. But as you sit down, you hear of thunder rumble, and you like take a look to the left, and you see a storm like way off in the horizon, which you take as some sort of sign.
Whether it is or not.
That is why I
Father.
said you take it as some sort of sign.
I'm gonna kind of look up at the ship. I assume your stuff is done.
Yeah,
Roku.
sorry, Roku, you are met with silence with any sort of any other outreach you attempt.
Perfect.
I'm gonna kind of look up at the ship. How tall would you say the ship is?
It's about 15 feet over the top. It seems to be similar to yours,
Okay.
where it has, but it
And-
seems a little bit smaller. Doesn't seem to have much room for cargo.
Okay. I want to look up and yell, "Hey, is there anyone up there?" But instead of words actually coming out of my mouth, any Wanti that are within 30 feet of me, just hear it in their mind.
I think you need to see them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a creature
Is
that
it?
can see within 30 feet.
Is it? You see, it just. I only have within 30 feet, so I'm like,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to see them, and even if not, like you have to have a target. So I don't think you can just like broadcast.
just broadcast it. Just.
But I'm pretty sure it's
Radio
specified 30,
sweetie.
30 feet that you can see.
You can see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the warlock ability, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, hey, anyone up there?
This time out loud.
Yet again, you seem to think that they have no problem. Like the sound is not having a problem getting up there. It's just that no one is answering. If anyone is up there,
You said
I
15
have an
feet?
idea.
maybe I don't more towards 20. I'm leaning more towards 20.
That is a big boat.
Hey guys, everyone back out of the way. I have an idea.
Will you be inciting any anger? Are you damaging anything?
I mean, I'm sorry if the sand has feelings. And I'm gonna walk up and I just want to start writing in the sand. Hey, no more murder. Just meet at town square tomorrow midday. Just huge in the sand.
Hate to be a dick, but I'd just like to see how it goes. Would you roll a sleight of hand check for me?
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
See how accurately you write these words.
That's a 15.
Okay. You write out like, "Dear weary fellow travelers," and you write in big letters on the sand this long note for not too long. You abbreviate some of it, and you're proud of yourself as you stand, and then the waves get like a little close, and you're like but it seems okay. The message seems preserved on the sand in front of you.
Okay, so hopefully this works. I mean, we can always try and find them tomorrow and tell them in person then, but I think this is a nice alternative, unless you guys really want to go up there.
Rick, do you know I can't find it. I'm looking for it. Oh, wait a second. I might have it. Okay. If I were to vertical jump 10 feet, would I be able to like grab the railing and pull myself up?
You can certainly try.
Okay. Then I would like to step of the wind, double my jump distance, and vertical jump is 3 plus strength modifier. So for me, it's 5, which ups that to 10. So that's my vertical jumping distance is 10 feet, which I think is like ground to bottom of foot because that is the only like that makes sense.
So with that,
so
with the reach, I could understand how that. With that being said, it's still like you're gonna
It's
attempt
still
an
a little
athletics
bit out of
check to
all right,
grab a hold onto the rail.
natural 20.
Flip over the top of the deck, and as you
There's a
land,
slight little poof of the sand around where my feet.
as you were just
when I jump
propelled
up.
in the air by the elements themselves, and as you land on top of the ship, you don't see anybody up deck.
Can I see like a hatch or a doorway or something?
There's a very similar stairway downward, like your own near the captain's the helm.
I'm gonna walk over to the stairway and hello, is anybody there who wish to speak with you?
And you yell down into the depths of the ship, which is pitch black. You hear, is somebody talking? I think we have an intruder. And then you hear
no.
like a tussle beneath. As suddenly you cannot see in the dark, correct?
My staff should still be glowing.
His
All right.
staff is glowing.
As you stand in the doorway, you see from the shadows these green men with snake heads start just like all of a sudden they just show up in the dim light, and you're like, "Ugh," as they start just sprinting at you in the darkness. And as they like hop up the stairs, they're like, state your business.
I have a message I wish to deliver to your leader, the woman in charge. She was Sevni's mother and potential lover, I believe.
And he looks at you like funny, like, Isu, it's for you. And she sort of like slithers up to the foot of the stairs and goes, you again. And she sort of rolls up the stairs despite having like no traction or feet. It's strange to see, but she like
I've seen snakes go upstairs. It is weird.
It is, yeah.
It's horrifying.
My friend who spoke to you earlier, the small one, he wishes to discuss a change of plans with you, if you wouldn't mind speaking with him.
What are the plans now?
It's not my plans to explain. I can take you to. He's just off the side of your ship, and I gesture my glow rod over to the side where I jumped up.
And she sort of like slithers past you. We were all trying to sleep, and then you come onto the boat, and she like looks over the side of the ship, and Sweetie stands like sort of like glancing upwards, and she looks down and goes, "Right." And she sort of like slithers back past you, and she's like, as she doesn't make eye contact with you, Nick, and as she looks past you, she just goes, "Please get off of my ship," and she like back down the stairs.
Talk to him?
What?
She doesn't go to talk to him?
No, but she reads
Remember
the message
the
that was
message
written out in the sand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then
come on, bro.
I'll just vault over. I'll vault over the side.
You vault over the side, feet landing as like almost like a period at the end of the sentence Sweetie has written, and
I think she
you
got
feel
your
as if they
message.
got the message.
Let's hope she understood that clearly.
Yes, otherwise we could be in trouble. Well, I suppose we wouldn't. Either her group or the Rising Sun would be in trouble, depending on who would win that one-on-one. Personally, either way, I'm not super concerned.
Well,
Anyway.
to worry about.
Anyway, come to think of it, maybe we should have just let her go on her own, so that either the Rising Sun would have been wiped out, or the snake people would have been killed, as the Rising Sun defend themselves, as the snake people have no backup. Either way, it's a boon for us. Maybe we should have just let that play out. Anyway.
Well, not necessarily, because they could have started fighting and then been like, why are we doing this? and then they will have been sent by us. Then they will have joined together to fight us, and maybe that
Also,
will have lost the trust of the fire guard. Then we're the bad guys.
anyway, it matters not. What's done is done. We should head back to the group.
And that you do as you walk back over to the pile of weirdos all standing and sitting around on this beach without a home at the moment.
We're homeless.
Is there any, like, no longer in use stuff we could construct a lean-to out of or something?
A what?
A lean-to? It's like a makeshift hut, shack.
Yeah, it just
Like, it's
leans.
the sort of thing Bear Grylls makes when he's
Gotcha.
doing Man versus
There
Wild.
are trees a bit back from the beach.
If we decide to rest. But I believe Panopticon is our next journey.
Yeah.
Is the
Oh, wow.
Panopticon the next journey?
Is everyone
that
ready
was
to
my
go?
understanding.
Don?
Who's gonna go in head? Who's gonna lead? Who's gonna take point?
We have a specific plan of attack, or are we just going to wander in and kill anything that stands between us and that key?
Yeah, but I think we
I'm
should have
down
a
for
general.
sophisticated plan or ruthless murder, to be honest.
I think we should.
Anybody that defends that unholy hold deserves to die.
Yeah, but we should at least have an idea of how we're going to be situated because that has caused problems before.
Oh, we are going to be what? I am not-
Situation.
Situated, like
Oh, marching
Nikolai's
order.
going to enter first, followed by Sweetie, and blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. I don't know if that's how we want to do it, but
I'm okay with that plan.
I have an idea. We go in, we kill the guy, we get the key, we leave.
yeah,
Like that plan as well.
but
It's
okay, whatever. Just
it's simple and to the point.
whatever.
Doesn't waste
All
time.
right.
And I sort of like start shooting people.
However, if you and we can talk about this like as we walk. It's a bit of a jaunt to get there. If we wish to come up with something a little more complex, I'm also open to that if it increases our chances of survival.
That's why I wanted to get into a line because somebody, I mean, is Roku coming with us?
Mhm.
Somebody's not exactly in prime condition right now, and to keep him alive, I think we need to have like a defensive perimeter.
What
I'll
we
be
just go
fine.
in. We go in there as an arc with him in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
Would you please describe this arc to me, just for frame of reference?
I don't know if this is like our final plan. I'm still open to discussion here.
Like I was just talking about like our heaviest hero right now is Nikolai, right? And then have Roku.
I turned to Hogar. I say,
I
from
am
range, he can
heavy
certainly
from
put out
range.
plenty.
Yeah,
I
but
need to
you're
get
more
close,
like
and even then, I'm in the prime position to get hit myself, and I can only get hit for so long before I'm down.
yeah. Don't worry, I'll get you back up as you go, and Hogar will be like from behind, and Roku will be like,
Maybe discuss with actual words instead of just onomatopoeia, so we're all on the same page here.
okay, cool. So, Nikolai, you get in close, bop them on the nose. Hogar will shoot them from behind while you distract them. I will heal you. And I like wave my fingers, and I think Roku just kind of stick close to me so I can kind of keep him safe as well. And then Sweetie, somewhere.
Sweetie, I mean no offense when I say this, but I have yet to see you in combat at all. So if you could, I don't know what it is you're bringing to the table. What can you do?
Well, let's just say we'll bring in a little magical party tricks into the mix.
Right, but like, are you attacking things, or are you keeping us safe because it determines position?
I'll make them easier to hit for you.
Now, about how many hits do you think you could take? Lots, few,
Depends how hard he hits.
no shit, but like,
Well, if he hits hard, I don't know, maybe about 2, maybe 3 hits.
okay, so
If he
you're
hits
going to
kinda light,
you're going to stay closer to the back then.
well, obviously.
Okay. Just making sure. So, anybody correct me if what I'm about to say is wrong. Also, Gronk is gone right now, so that's wonderful. That always seems to happen at the best possible moments. Oh God, and I will take point. I'd say mid-range would be probably Sweetie and Gronk picking us up. And then we go down, and Roku, you hold up the back. Probably sitting most of it out, and if things get really bad, firing off a massive super laser.
Right.
I can work close range if you need me to.
What was that, Jared?
I can work close range if you need me to.
I mean, how you attack them specifically, I don't know.
With my
I just
short
mean,
sword.
like, as far as you and I should probably be taking offensive initiative, keeping their attention on us and off of them, because we can fight better and take more hits than anybody else in the group, with Roku out of commission as he is.
Yes.
All right,
That's fine.
that's the plan then. Do we have a specific tactical positioning we wish to assert, or are we just going to go in with that general idea in mind?
Doing front, 2 middle, 1 back. Sounds like a plan.
Going in the front door?
I think that is our only option right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's prepare.
Okay. As you progress forward, you have to go. It is already nightfall, so this is quite the endeavor as you continue to walk through the outskirts of town, through the entirety of the town, past the manor and the town square, and finally through the last bit of forest into what you see as the circular chamber, the Panopticon. Now, before you enter, I have to take a quick pee break.
That's a smart idea.
You guys are camera hogs, am I right? All the fame's gone to your heads. The 25 views on our videos just really got to you.
25?
I know, that's kind of surprising, right? Anyways, we already got a
Is
bot.
that just from us?
Probably.
Okay.
We also have
I
a bot
haven't
that
watched them at
commented
all.
bars, by the way. So
There's a bot that does what?
there was a bot that commented on one of the videos, and also Abe commented on one of the videos too.
I was gonna say I commented. Was it me? But okay.
There was another one that was like, "Can we be friends?" And I was like, "Oh boy."
That was fast.
So you see the stone brick building, and you walk around back. The large doors with the circular sort of doorknobs. I can't think of what they're called. Anyway, you pull these circle hoops and you
handle?
pull the door back. Yeah, it's a handle of sorts. I don't know. But as you pull it open, you note first that it is actually unlocked. There's no sort of resistance. You decide to, and as you open these gates, you smell a foul scent. As everyone who steps in sort of has to.
I don't.
Except for you, because you just don't breathe.
I don't breathe.
You see everyone else recoil in terror and immediately are like, nope, and you just shut your breathing off.
Sure, I'm glad I don't do that.
As you all walk in, you hear rustling and sounds of mysterious growls. And you look around, and you are in not the center, but inside of a large circle. On the outside of this circle there are cages surrounding the entire length of the walls on either side, and a large guard tower in the middle that sort of connects from the floor to the ceiling. And inside lies something beyond the black glass. But as you glance around, you see those similar, for Roku at least, those beasts you saw before, all of which standing in a sort of hunched position with their snake tongues flickering in and out. This is the beings that you see. These are the beings that you see.
Sexy.
As you glance around, you see 5 of them, all sitting here, amongst the inside of the cages. And right now, as opposed to what is outside of the cages, there is nothing stopping you from getting to the guard tower.
Does the guard tower have like an entrance at the base?
It has 2 entrances on the base of it.
Okay.
That is very straight.
There are doors on either side of this guard tower.
It seems too easy.
Right. Go investigate. Please.
Is the only light in here the light from my stick?
Yes, it is absolute pitch darkness. So those of you that can see,
that's wonderful.
it is, you can like tell, I believe sometimes it specifies on whether you can see gray, or actually complete color in darkness, but you all can tell that
I think all dark vision is just like
gray, right?
gray and
Yeah,
Right.
the only one
except for Fire Genasi.
yeah.
The fire, the half orcs, we have like really crappy dark vision. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I'll turn to Grunk and say, "Come up with me and watch my back. I'll investigate."
Right, you got this. And I'm like, Warhammer at the ready.
Do you have a shield, or does Roku still have your shield?
Roku still has my shield, I think.
Which my
There's
6.
around to the right and around to the left are these 2 steel doors.
I'll slowly and carefully make my way towards the rightmost entrance.
Okay. Steel door with a small knob. It stands in front of you. It is
that easy? Well,
it's slightly less.
Does there appear to be like a magical aura?
No, this lock seems, from what you can tell, just a lock.
Sweetie, get over here.
Yeah. I kind of followed them over just because that's my only form of light.
You have dark vision, don't you?
No.
Pretty sure halflings have dark vision.
I mean, unless I'm the big.
Never played once and it has never come up, but I think yes.
Is like
Well,
the joke is
also-
that almost everything has dark vision,
Except Dragonborn.
except
That would
Dragonborn.
make too much sense.
I'm looking at the stats right now.
I don't think they do.
Dark vision.
You know,
Hey, at least it makes sense.
I was mistaken. Halfling do not have dark vision. My bad.
yeah, I was
No.
like, the only thing I got is like I got advantage on saving throws against poison.
Well,
I got that whole shtick.
yeah, okay. He would have to follow me if he wants to see.
And he does. Luckily, as you call out, you turn and go, "Sweetie," and he like jump scares you as he's standing at your feet going, "Yeah."
I raise my glow stick like ah! The door is locked. If you could do the big loud unlock thing.
I understand. Like that's probably the best bet. So 2 things. A, should we try the other door? And B, if I do this loud thing, is it gonna piss off all the creatures in here? And will they escape or something?
You know literally as much about these things as I do. I don't know why what you're expecting to get when you ask.
Well, I don't know. Did you check the other door?
No, we can check the other door. And then I'm going to go around and check the other door.
Right. While they're doing that, can I try and break the lock on this door?
Would you like to force it open or attack the door?
Can I look through it before he does that?
I will let him do that.
I know I do this every single time, but I am once again going to look up what you can see through.
Is it the spell X-ray vision?
I don't think there is a spell X-ray vision.
I thought there was.
There's a ring that gives X-ray vision, but there is no spell.
Maybe that's it then. I don't know.
He don't know what he talked about.
I know not what I talked about.
Touche.
Gerald, I will shove my tongue down your throat if you look at me like that again.
Oh my.
Oh, now I'm turned on, Gerald. Give me a sec. I'm going to walk to your house.
What? Do you not have a car?
Garrett, quit looking at me like that. Just, can you see through the door?
Look through the door. And not through the door, but like through the door. And
The door.
as you peer in, you see a very, very small space. It seems that this entire system is set up just to lead upwards. You see, as soon as you walk in directly to your left, there's a set of stairs that go up to the elevated platform where the guards presumably would stand. But before that lies 3 more of these feral lizard creatures in front of both doors. There's very little space in this room, and they are standing side by side with each other, making their weird velociraptor noises.
Right. On the other side of these doors, there's 3 feral beasts.
Well, that's not good.
This complicates things.
So both doors lead to the same place.
Literally, it's just the same rectangular like structure in the middle. Both these doors.
Okay.
How high is this thing? You said it goes from floor to ceiling?
Yes.
So, what was it, 20 feet tall?
It's like 40. It's like you
Okay.
see as the circle of cells goes up for several stories.
Is the surface of this wall, like, even hypothetically scalable like the outside?
They're basically, it's cells just all the way around, so yes.
Okay,
Honestly, it's
cool.
probably more scalable than the outside.
I mean, for the tower.
Oh, the tower?
Yes.
It seems that while it is like a square rectangle for a foundation, when it gets to the guard tower, it widens and sort of forms not a square, but like this weird pentagonal. It's hard to explain. I'm sure if the map were to be working right now, you would love it. But the windows, they sort of actually sort of go at an incline, as if to resist against people climbing against it.
Okay. That said, I turned to Hogar, who could climb things. You think we'd go up there and at least get some reconnaissance, tell us what's up there?
Yes, I could. And I walk up the tower and just look around and note of the odd-looking creatures and other things to watch out for.
All right. You sort of like against the steel beam. As you do, you walk up and then over, like sort of upside down, and then again up the walls as this tower widens to accommodate the guard station up here. As you climb up the inclined windows, you sort of glance in, and it's like staring at like a phone screen. It's like a mirror, and it frightens you that something could be watching on the other side, and you assume that's why this form of confinement is so effective.
So I can't really see much of anything.
Roll a perception check.
Around
Just
here.
to see.
Ooh, 15.
You peer into the glass, and the glass peers back at you.
You still have your 47-foot rope.
Yes.
Did you just drop that down so you could climb up?
Am I at the top of the tower yet?
As it sort of like inclines, and it seems the ceiling of this guard tower is the same as the ceiling to the structure.
Question.
Hmm.
How far is Roku's X-ray vision go?
30-foot radius.
So he can't see
How
at
far-
the top.
Gotcha.
If I were to get up there, I could look through it.
I mean, if we can get up there, then I could probably just punch through it. Or, like, we could hammer through it.
I dropped down the
Also
rope.
true.
Who I said,
You see this rope just unfurl and hit the ground for only 7 feet of extra room.
Yeah.
Hogarth,
Is it tied to anything?
Hogarth, do you hold on to this rope?
is there any way to tie it? Any thing sticking out?
Not that you can really see.
Is there a carrying capacity to his boots?
It doesn't necessarily say, but I will definitely say that if he can't hold you guys, you certainly couldn't climb up.
Yeah.
But you said the way
guys,
angled, is
what
it
do you
like,
think that-
it's like this, and then like this, right?
Okay, so it's a sort of rectangle that houses
Right.
these stairs that lead upwards. Then it gets to a certain point, and it sort of widens out, and this is the room that the guards are staying in. And then the walls themselves incline upwards towards the ceiling.
Right. So
Let's
once
say
we're
meets-
at that incline point, we could stand on it. Since it's an incline.
No, it's like, maybe incline is the wrong word. It's the opposite of an incline. It's the
Decline?
No, but it's not the downward. It's like just at an angle, I guess. I guess I phrased this incorrectly. The tower windows are like slanted outward so that it is harder to scale them.
Like a barbed wire fence. Or like a chain link fence with barbed wire at the top, where it like angles towards the outer perimeter.
Yes, towards the outer perimeter. Yes, that is exactly
Okay.
that
So
is a better
it's the
descriptor.
opposite of what we can stand on.
The opposite, yes. But Hogar can, because he's like just sticking
Because
off
his
there,
boots.
like his shoes.
Yeah.
Then, on second thought, I can't really drop the rope to do much of anything.
I mean,
Or do you have an idea, Nikolai?
That was more Jared mumbling. I didn't get any of it.
Do you have an idea, or should I come back down?
I mean, a general idea of get the party up and through the window rather than having to fight these things and then work our way up a tower.
Alright, I'll try to hold my ground while Nikolai climbs up.
Right. Could you maybe, I don't know, try and break the window?
I could, but I'm not just like in there watching, waiting for me to do that. And I'd rather do it when I had someone else up here to help me.
Right.
them.
Then rather than send up some of the heavier guys, why don't we send up the little guy and sort of shake Sweetie a little bit? Send him up first, and then he can help you pull if you need it.
okay. I'm on the rope and just completely just fly up this rope.
Considering Sweetie's size, you're able to withstand him. It seems the boots are able to suction to the wall enough.
Right.
Want me to break the glass? And I hold up my fist with brass knuckle on it. That says nothing on it. It just says nothings on like a whole brass plate on the knuckle.
Oh yeah, didn't you name your brass knuckles Sweet Nothings?
Yes.
Sure. Break the window. Go right ahead.
Roll to hit this thing.
What?
Roll to hit this thing for me.
Let's see, it's a 17 plus 6. 23.
They certainly make contact with this glass. Would you care to roll damage for me?
That's going to be 5 damage.
A small spider web cracks. And as if on cue, that sound echoes through the Panopticon, as well as the of both doors on either side of this guard tower opening, as if through a mechanism. You all turn to see the lizard necks of those creatures crane out from behind their cover. And they sort of like let their tongues out and flick the air, and then they I need everyone to roll initiative.
I'm just gonna stick out my arm and say, it's okay, I saw this in a movie.
Wow, I am rolling really bad.
Welcome
today.
to my life.
I know it's pretty good initiative.
Hey guys, I know when you have a good idea, it's like, this is a good idea. I could use this multiple times, but it's also a unique idea, so you don't want to use it another time.
Are you going somewhere with this?
Like, you have something that might work, but also it was cool once, and you think if you do it again, it would just be dumb.
Are you gonna make somebody's testicles smell like steak again?
Not necessarily testicles, but like feral, hungry creatures that might attack one another because of hunger reasons.
I also think that like it's fairly evident. It's fairly well evidenced that these guys are like trained guards, so food is probably not their first.
Are they guards?
Their first reason for attacking something.
You can try it though.
I mean, I did it once before, and it was pretty cool.
There are a lot of these things.
Roku, you got this?
I don't have anything.
Oh, it's what we humans call a joke.
You're a halfling, you moron. Nobody here is human.
Hi, so I can't do the whole push to touch thing as this screen is up. So if cancer noises pursue, I apologize. But you guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
You guys see these 3 things. The ones around you are in the cells. I originally had a circle there, but it seemed to crap out on me right before the session.
So right now, it's just the 3 that we really have to worry about.
Yes. The 3 sort of like peek on out of their areas, 2 over towards you and 1 towards the other way around. Will, everyone roll initiative for me.
We already did.
Already said that. Anybody above 20?
21.
21. Outdated reference. Let's go. Hold on. All right.
I got 20.
You got a 20? Okay.
Yeah.
15 to 20?
16.
10 to 15? Okay.
7.
What about Roku?
I got another 3.
Okay.
Not a good day to be a demigod, eh?
Oh, got a 1, and then I have a +2 modifier.
It's never a bad day to be a demigod.
Well, right now seems like a pretty bad day. About to get my ass kicked.
I feel like every day as a demigod would suck.
Okay. So, as these things make their exit, Hogar, you, as the watchful eye in the sky, notice these things emerge. What do you do?
Am I still holding the rope that's holding Squeaky up?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I tie it around my waist as a bonus action?
Oh, tying is a little bit more complicated.
And then an action?
Yeah.
I like to tie the rope around my waist.
All right, roll me a survival check to see how efficiently you can tie this rope in such a pressure-filled situation.
Good thing I got a 15.
15? Okay.
Yes.
You are able to tie the rope around. And as you do, is that your turn?
I'm gonna Hunter's Mark this one.
Yeah, so that one.
Arrow. This
Gotcha. He is Hunter marked. So,
one. Yay.
Sweetie, as you see, Hogar graciously ties the rope around him to save you the fall damage as you hang from this rope. It's now your turn.
1 second. So that, and then okay. So as my movement, this not being the first time that I've been on rope, whether it's breaking and entering or something along the lines, I'm going to wrap my leg around this rope and then like just slide down this rope about halfway, like a just like sliding down a rope like you would like a pole or something like that.
Right.
And
My dad has multiple scars on his calves from doing exactly that. That shit burns.
Yeah, no, I know it does. Looks like you boys are getting yourselves in a little bit of trouble, huh? And with that, I'm going to cast Bane on the 3 creatures. So, yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but
Charisma save on all 3, correct?
Yeah. So Charisma 3 save. Sorry.
And then they subtract a d4.
Yes.
Okay. First up is going to be a 0.
Fail.
Second is going to be a 13.
Fail.
And the third is going to be a 12.
Fail. So they all take a D. Is it like I roll a D4 or you roll a D4? I roll it or would you roll it?
If you would like to roll it, you can. It makes less work for me.
Okay. Should I roll that now and then just give you the answer and you'll use that for all 3, or?
When the time comes, you will roll the die for each.
Okay.
So get the D4 ready.
Yeah, I have it. And then I'm going to look over to Nikolai. See, I'm not going to be completely useless for you. And with that, Bardic Inspiration of a D8.
All right. With that, that is an action, bonus action, and a movement. Next up in the order, we have Nick.
There's one of these things right in front of me, right? Is that all right? Are they like being overtly hostile? Have they taken aggressive action yet?
They made a Velociraptor-esque screech, if you recall me doing that.
All right.
You assume they're hostile.
Okay. Can I see inside now that this door is open with my glow stick?
Yes, you take a gander inside, and it seems as right here. There's like a staircase that like spirals upward.
All right, I am going to. I'm gonna attack the one in front of me 4 times, so I can flurry of blows.
Okay.
Um,
You can certainly try.
one sec. Actually, okay. I have it's like a wording of the rules question.
Yeah.
There's probably a definite answer to this, but I don't know. So I'm about to read some text at you. I'm sorry if it's stupid. But anyway, so with my open hand technique, basically the bonuses to the flurry of blows I get from being an open hand monk. It says starting when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you can manipulate your enemy's keys, whatever. Whenever you hit a creature with one of the attacks granted by your flurry of blows, you can impose one of the following effects on that target. Does that mean if I hit multiple targets with my flurry of blows, I can impose these effects on those multiple targets, each of them? Or can I
Yes.
only do it once?
I'd
I can't
assume
do it
it would
multiple
be.
times.
Yeah, if you hit, you can impose.
Okay. In that case, I would like to attack the one in front of me. Or I will save my next 2 attacks for the one on the inside, because one of the abilities is they can't take reactions until the end of my next turn, so that way they will not be able to get opportunity attacks as I run by them up the stairs.
All right.
So against the first one, I have a 21 and an 11.
Your first swing goes a bit wide as he sort of flares his teeth at you, and you start to notice that this thing's head is kind of bigger than you thought, and it's a little imposing. And as it sort of like slumps towards you with its long neck, you finally gain the nerve to just like uppercut this thing. And the 20 whatever hits, but the 11 does not.
That is 8 damage, unarmed, against this guy. It's magical bludgeoning damage, if that means anything.
It does not, unless it is poison damage. It's all the same.
All right, cool. And then I will run inside, and on my way, I will hit this next guy 2 times, or at least attempt to. Well, that's another 11, but also a 19.
Okay, the 19 does hit. Again, you run into the same problem as you stumble into the room. You sort of like are a bit unprepared on how to fight these things. They don't have anatomy similar to humans, so you have to like figure out where their weak points are and where they can like where you can hit them best. And then you once again smack this thing in the next week and disorient it so hard that you can run past it.
All right, and that will be 9 damage against him. And then I'm going to use my my 45-foot movement to get as far up the stairs as I can.
You get about 30 feet up the stairs.
All right. Does that take the spiraling into account as well?
I'm not really
So, like-
sure what running upstairs is, as opposed. I don't know if that's difficult terrain.
Okay. Well, I mean, because like the distance, I am not
Right.
like difficult terrain, but like the total distance, it's more than just the 40 feet because it's not vertical.
Correct. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
45.
45. Okay, so you're up one more level than that lizard dude below you.
So, like, would I get to the top of my next turn, or is it going to take more running than that?
You glance up and you think you can get there before your next turn.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And that's my turn.
And with that loaded action, it is now time for this first man to take a couple steps forward. And Gronk, he looks to you, and before he goes in for any attacks, he looks at you and as he salivates into your ear that you hear in full detail. He is going to make his attacks onto you.
With a -3.
All of which with a -3.
Give me a second. I don't know.
I just subtract the 3 because he makes 3 attacks, so this will be complicated to get. So, it's +1 and everything. It's a 13, Gronk.
That does not hit.
All right, then a 15.
Also does not hit.
And then an 8.
Sorry, Garrick, that also doesn't hit.
I'd assume so. This lizard runs towards you, and again, like Ripley and the alien in that, I think it was Aliens 3, but it like sticks its like mouth right up into your ear, and you like sort of like hold your head back. But then when it actually goes to attack, you just throw up your arms, and it doesn't seem to have any effect on like through your armor. It just kind of like nuzzles a little bit. Honestly, you think these things would make pretty good pets if they weren't feral towards you. And that's its turn. And then the second one of these boys is going to walk out the door as well. But despite how it looks, he too sees Gronk, and with it, he decides to attack recklessly, meaning that all of his attacks taken are at his advantage, but all attacks against him have advantage. So that first one to hit Gronk is going to be.
They also all do -3.
-3. Okay. That is going to be a 19, first to hit.
That does actually hit.
The second does a 8.
Sorry, Garrick, no.
And the third does a 16.
That also does not hit.
So as it runs towards you, full steam ahead, it gets one lucky chomp in, and with both of them pressing down on your elbow, you finally feel a bit of pain as you let out a scream. But other than that, you are single-handedly pushing back these 2 lizard creatures with just your right arm. And the damage for that is going to be bite. It is going to be and I'm sorry about this, a total of 4 piercing damage.
Oh, you really got it.
You
You got me good.
Chill.
dead.
Garrick,
Must be nice
Garrick, you
level
need to
heal.
chill. You're gonna kill me here.
No, I'm sorry.
Like-
Sorry about it. You know, I don't want. And Gronk, with that, your turn.
Shove is an action, right?
Yes, you can. It's an attack action.
The one that's in front of Roku, I'm gonna shove to try and get it away from him.
Okay. Roll an athletics check.
Oh boy. That's a nice 6.
As they are chomping down on your right arm, you decide to take the left and try to shove it. And as you do, you just completely biff it, and you like move back upwards, and they have gone, and your arm has practically disappeared into both of their mouths, and they're both like clawing at you now, as you've gotten yourself into even deeper trouble, and has not pushed them away with a dirty 20 on his part.
Okay, sounds good. But I have one last trick up my sleeve, and it goes by the name of Spiritual Weapon. So, after failing at that, I'm going to try and summon my Spiritual Weapon so I can smite the one right in front of... Well, not actually smite. I wish I could smite. But hit the one in front of Roku.
All right. You sort of like fling your hand beside it, and a spectral warhammer fades into existence. That didn't make sense. Sort of rises into existence. I need you to make an attack roll on that boy to be right.
12.
Yeah. 12 does not hit, unfortunately. As Roku, you just see Gronk being absolutely swarmed by these things, and he throws up his hand to cause a spectral hammer to fly into one of them, hoping, and it just flies past him, fading into the distance. And with that, it is this boy's turn as he slowly sort of scours, and then he finally gets over to here, and he's actually underneath Hogar, but we'll put him here for simplicity. And Sweetie, you slid down a certain amount, and he is going to attempt to jump at you and like bite at your feet.
Okay. When I rolled, he has a -1, so.
Okay. First attack's going to be a 6.
Nope.
Second attack's going to be an 8.
Nope.
Third attack's a
Eric,
natural 1.
Eric, do
Ooh,
you
that
know
one
how
might hit.
dice work? You're not really rolling great tonight.
Switch him to
Are
another.
you rolling with like a D8 or something?
Nope. So as it jumps up at you, it takes one chomp, and you like sort of like and you sort of like scurry up the rope a little bit more, and then it takes another chomp, and then but on its way down, it goes to claw and hopefully just grab any semblance of anything, and it grabs a rope, and as it does, just falls to the floor with a as it holds the rope all the way down, and as it like pulls its hand back, there's like just smoke coming off of it from the amount of friction that caused. Roku, it's finally your turn.
Okay, as an action, I am going to use Conquering Presence to try and get these things to back away.
All right.
That is
And they
like
need to
super
make-
useful right now.
A Wisdom saving throw.
All right. All three.
I don't know. These dudes seem like pretty high wisdom to me.
Avery, roll Bane on that one.
What?
For wisdom saving throw.
Wait, no, isn't it charisma?
No,
Yeah.
what? You
What are you
just roll
talking about?
roll the number down.
Oh, sorry. I was
They're
so
making a
confused.
wisdom
Three,
save, so you
yeah.
so subtract. Okay, 3.
Yeah, 3.
That's
Sorry, completely different.
That's big damage.
That's going to be an 8 for the first one in front of Gronk.
No.
The one in front of you is going to be a 14,
Just beats it, yeah.
and then the third one underneath Sweetie is going to
Nice.
roll. Oh, great, a 2. Okay.
So the two of them are scared. The one in front of me is not.
Okay, so right now it goes scared, scared, but no scared this guy. So
Okay.
with that,
And then, as a bonus action, I am going to cast Shield of Faith on myself. That gives me a +2 armor.
armor class, yep.
Yep.
What is the most defensive move I've ever seen a paladin take? You sort of
Oh, fight, Eric? Them sounds like fighting words.
oh come literally the whole last campaign was throw the paladin at it. That's how you guys won.
We used the earrings in combination with like shielding and some double concentrating and stuff, and we got his AC up to 30 in the final fight.
Yeah, but that was because I'm saying the paladin himself taking the most
Okay.
defensive action I've ever seen.
Okay.
You
And
sort of
I'm
like
running around shooting people and punching them.
you
And then,
sort of
what kind of
hold
action is it to use a shield?
to use a shield?
It takes an entire action to get it off your back and onto your arm if it's not already.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
Never mind, we're good.
And with that, we go back to the top of order with Hogar, as there is now one biting at your feet. Not really. It's very far below you, but
When that one, I'm going to Slayer's Prey and then shoot him twice with my bow.
all right. Both of your crosshairs in your eyes seem to just focus on a very finite point beneath you.
With a 14 hit,
It does.
and then 26 does too.
That also hits, yes. Honestly, just kill it. Just kill it, like, in this one damage turn. That's on par with things tonight.
It wouldn't be the
Ooh.
first time. That's what happened to the dude with the hat and the crossbow.
Yeah?
22. to 32 damage of the piercing variety.
Okay. You knock 2 arrows at the same time and just shoot it and watch them scatter, kind of like a shotgun. And it just, as he has his mouth open, looking at Sweetie, they both just sink down into his throat. And as his throat fills with blood, he gargles at you in anger. But is still alive, but very enraged.
Sweetie, with that, you could probably just let go and fall on him and it would finish him off.
Sweetie, you see this happen, except for you don't see the successful end. All you see beneath you is a velociraptor man gargling blood. A frightening sight.
Is it my turn then?
Yes, it is your turn.
Ah, Gronk, go get him! And there's a D8 of inspiration.
Right.
And I want to look down at the Velociraptor man gargling blood. And just look down at him. Tastes nice, huh? And just kind of chuckle to myself. But instead of the normal vicious mockery, I'm going to accidentally cast Eldritch Blast out of my eyepiece at him. So there are going to be 2 beams of Eldritch Blast out of my monocle. And
you give a little tip of the hat to add onto the bar or the vicious mockery, and then all of a sudden just and you're like taken aback as these eye rays come out of your monocle.
You try to say something mean, and then you're shooting laser beams from your face.
Okay. The first one I hit is a 17, and the second beam is an 11.
The 11 does not hit, unfortunately, as the first beam just barrels into him, and the other one, it like cocks your head back, so the other one just gets sent into the ceiling, just causing rubble to fall down on you.
That's a D10. I don't use those very often.
You look like that robot in the Thor movie. That's like his face just like
the Destroyer.
The Destroyer, yeah.
This is my first time learning that Sweetie was a warlock. It has 1 level in warlock.
Yeah, no, this just happened.
I know.
That's going to be a whopping 2 force damage.
All right.
Eldritch Blast gets real nice when you start rolling crits.
Yeah.
Fortunately, does not end him, but he is kind of like bitch slapped away, and the blood squirts out of his mouth. Is that your turn?
Yeah, but I'm gonna be hella confused.
And you're looking around, covering and uncovering your eye.
Before I do finish, I'm going to climb up the rope a little bit just so he can't do the jump snatch thing again.
Okay. You have now officially climbed out of range, but looking at this dude, he doesn't really seem to care. Nick.
All right, I'm gonna keep pedaling my way up the stairs until I reach the guard room up top. My earphone fell out. 1 sec, I can't hear anything. Okay, I'm good now. I'm transported to another dimension.
It's just that white dimension.
Oh, that's a big thing.
As you like fun. Peek your head around, there's a man clad in all black armor staring out the window at the battle below, and then he looks back at you, looks at his mountain of frog muscle next to him, and while a gem gleams on the center of the man's chest, he says, "Go kill that guy." And the thing turns towards you, dead set.
Okay. So, is there anything in here other than these 2 creatures?
From your looking around, it does not look to be.
Tables, chairs, weapons, nothing?
There is a small table around like the edge, like that, to like rest things on. But other than that, it's like connected to the wall. It doesn't seem to be the comfiest of locations.
And I want to just quick do a scan and try to find that spot where Sweetie cracked the glass.
And you see where he's looking right now, like he's staring right out past the spider-webbed glass as he stares down at your allies.
And right into Hogarth.
Okay, I'm going to. This dude is not really paying me any attention. It's just this frog behemoth thing I have to worry about.
That's what it seems like.
I'm not sure I can one-on-one a giant frog monster that looks like he has massive claws.
He does have X-23-esque claws.
Oh, that's so cool. Do you have the foot claws too?
We're gonna say sure.
Awesome. Can I just hold my attacks until he approaches me?
The frog monster or the man?
The frog monster.
Okay. You certainly can.
Yes, I would like to do that.
You're gonna hold your action? Okay. Funny enough, the next turn. God damn it.
The space-time continuum folds in front of me.
The frog just bends reality.
Give me a sec.
It's like the ancient one in Doctor Strange. You just go, and then buildings fold.
When the frog moves, he drags the building with him.
The frogman now stands directly in front of you, but since you readied your attacks, you're gonna go first.
Awesome. I will attack him 3 times. Well, some of those aren't great. I got a 6 plus 8, 14.
A 14, unfortunately, does not hit.
Well, that means the other 14 doesn't hit. However, I also have a 24.
The 24 does hit.
All right. Max damage. That's 11.
All right.
Magical bludgeoning damage. Is my rope wrapped hands sort of glow with a faint golden light as the mystical energy within my body coalesces in them, and I try to punch him 3 times. It's like a in MMA fights they always open with just like a few quick jabs, but they're not really like committing to anything. I'm sort of doing that for a bit, and then I'll just let one hammer blow loose.
These quick jabs result in these wet thuds as they slap against his slimy carapace. You just hit him in these biceps that are honestly bigger than Roku's as he steps towards you, and he cocks his hand back for an attack, leaves you just enough opening to just punch him square in the chest. He fumbles for a sec, and then resets his attack. Does a 21 hit?
Mm-hmm.
Does an 18 hit?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Firstly, he cocks his claws back, and as he swings them down onto you, they pierce your body like in the shoulder, like fish hooks. And as he goes to attack again, he sort of realizes they're stuck, and he has to yank them out first. And they like pull gore and viscera out from underneath them. And then as you're recoiling in pain, he takes this moment to just sink his large maw down onto your very, very small, compared to him, form. Firstly, he deals 14 slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm. That was pretty good, actually. 22.
All right. Nothing happens as of now. But then, as you're recoiling in pain, finally, you see your entire head is engulfed by this frog mouth. Just, and with that, he deals. Oh, it's also okay. 13 piercing damage as his teeth, which is weird. Again, he's a frog man. His teeth just clamp down on you.
as a note to the party, if anybody wants to come inside, I'd appreciate that.
Nikolai, you got this.
I really don't. That's half my hit points in one turn.
So then you were just like, I'll go take him one-on-one.
Yeah.
And did I hear it correctly that the frog just kind of is Nikolai's head inside this frog's mouth? Is that what I got out of that?
He very, very quickly slides out with the help of the frog's mucus. And you come out drenching wet. But yes, you were indeed inside of his mouth for a second.
Interesting, or not interesting, but potentially odd question. When I was in his mouth, how much more room in the mouth was there? Did my upper body occupy his entire mouth?
Honestly, you think you could fit the entirety of yourself in his mouth? It's very wide. And with that, is now the lizards, as they divert their attention, or actually the first lizard here is going to make all 3 attacks recklessly against Gronk, as Gronk is trying to swing an ethereal hammer at it, and it's just not working.
Wait, is the one on the left or the one on the right?
What?
Is the one right in front of Gronk?
The one right in front of Gronk right now, yes.
He's scared. He's got to back up.
Garrett, you get that -4.
Okay. Does he take his turn getting as far away as he possibly can?
As far away as he can, yeah.
Okay. I thought he was at disadvantage on attacks. And with that -4, he got a -2 on that first attack, by the way. But that doesn't matter. Because he will now take his turn to, as he's like chomping down on Gronk, you see he's like, and his eyes just glance towards you, Roku. And as you flash the hand and eye at him, and like your eye sort of like twitches, it just like, and it starts to just run the other direction as it goes up right up against the cells of its imprisoned brethren, and it is like taking its hands and shaking the cell door, trying to get them open.
Does that movement provoke opportunity attacks?
I believe it's forced movement, so no.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure.
We can try to figure that out at a later date to see if it does. Okay, so that's its turn, which is great. The second one is not having any of Roku's shit, as Roku sort of like flinches. Like that's how I imagined his like frightening presence was. He just kind of like, suh. And this one sort of like glances and just frowns at you, and then just recklessly attacks you with all 3 of its attacks. The first is going to be, Ave, so subtract your D4 now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's another -4.
Holy shit. Okay. So a 19 for the first one.
Yep, that does it.
The second one is going to be a 11. An 11?
Nope.
And the third, a 14.
Nope.
All right. It looks towards Sweetie again as it bites down on your shoulder. It like bites in just like that corner of the neck, right? And it gives you like the worst hickey you've ever had, as it just chomps down on this this neck shoulder area, and it deals, what is bite damage? 9 piercing damage.
Oh, jeez.
But its eyes look towards Sweetie, and it just feels demoralized and upset. And it wastes its turn just kind of staring as it like is latched on to your like shoulder area, the eyes darting back and forth. Gronk, it is now your turn, as you saw one of these lizards run away.
Cool. I would like to try and shove the one that just attacked Roku again, take the shove action, and sort of push him out of the way, and then use my movement to take the spot that he just had, putting myself in between Roku and him.
All right. I'm going to try. Does Bane subtract from ability checks, Sweetie?
It subtracts attack rolls and saving throws.
Not ability checks.
No.
Okay, cool. So that is going to be sorry, gotta check my math one more time. An 11. Roll an athletics.
Well, balls. Roku, do you have any like aura bonuses?
Hey, you gotta. I inspired you, didn't I?
Oh, yes, there was that. Oh dear, that's a 10. With
That's a
inspiration.
Gerald roll right there.
Oh, unfortunately, one short of even matching him. You start to like grab on. He's again latched onto that neck where the neck meets the shoulder on Roku, and as you're yanking him off, you're like, "Get off of him! Get off of him!" But he's like stuck on, and Roku's like, and he's like very obviously getting more hurt the more you yank on it. But you're just trying to get him off, but he's stuck. You still have your bonus action.
Yeah, and then spiritual warhammer. Let's see if this can make any difference.
Go for it.
Nope, I'm gonna use a luck point because that was a 2. That's a lot better. That's an 18 to hit.
And as you're shaking him off, you see, as if subconsciously, like an Endgame, the hammer just starts to rise behind you, and it like starts to like right on the head of this lizard folk. It's not even a lizard folk. I don't know why I called it
Yeah,
that.
but they look like lizards, so it's okay. That's 8 damage. Of the force variety, non-magical.
Yes, it is magical. It's a spiritual. It's a magic
What a
weapon.
moron! It's from a spell.
It's a.
The only
It
only
only
damage
specifies that it's force.
The
Yes,
only
that
damage
in
type
itself is
where
magical.
magical versus non-magical matters is bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Like, no resistance says non-magical force damage.
And it is literally a magic spell. Like it is your spellcasting feature. Never mind. Point being
Bro,
is,
like,
it is
I'm
indeed
just
magical.
clarifying because that's in the spell description. It never says if it's like.
In
Okay.
the what description,
Especially
Gerald?
force.
In the spell description, the one you
I don't
use
know.
for magic.
Spells are whack sometimes.
I could see non-magical fire
I'm
damage.
going to use this magical
resistance.
effect to create a non-magical effect.
Okay. With that, Hogar, sweetie, you see this absolutely bloodied feral beast look and realize he can't jump for Sweetie. So he just takes a look at the rope in front of him.
Oh.
And I need you to make Sweetie, I'm not gonna lie, you're kind of just shit out of luck on this one. I don't know how you can help. But Gronk, I need you to make a strength check.
Hogar.
An athletics check? Yeah, sorry. Hogar, make an athletics check. Sorry.
I don't know. I'd say for me, it'd be like a dex.
30-20.
Natural 20. Sweetie.
Do they really fall on him?
Did that pull Gronk off or just the rope out of his hand?
No, it was tied around him, so that pulls Hogar off of it completely.
Well, he's screwed.
Hitting the ground. Sweetie, you take
You might be
9
screwed as well.
bludgeoning damage, and Hogar, you take
46.
17.
Wait, isn't he scared of me too?
Yes, he is.
So none of that happens, and if he's within 30 feet, he bolts away.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah.
Tom,
that is a
I
pretty good
love
radius.
you.
Tom's just giving the finger to Garrick over here, man.
Yeah, I believe that's in the... Okay. Time itself rips apart. And then, though you have the vivid memory of this happening, it never happened. So you just watch as this lizard folk, not lizard, I don't know why I keep calling that this lizard man sort of looks at the rope and thinks about it. but then he looks over at Roku once more, single-handedly holding off his brother, and he decides to instead use all of his movement to run away. 5, 10, 15, 20, and out of the door of the Panopticon.
Oh, God.
Door slams behind him.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Uh-oh. Oh, well.
Oh, they can make a
I'm
wisdom
sure
save at the end of their turn, correct?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
Okay. So this one up here is going to make his wisdom save, and it's Ave.
Oh, yep. -2.
That is going to be a 6.
No.
This boy down here is going to make his wisdom save with an also -2, and it's going to be 13.
That meets it beats it. Yep.
He runs out of the room and immediately just goes, "What the hell was I doing?" But it is not his turn.
This
It is
whole
Roku.
conquering presence thing hasn't worked out so well in the past against intelligent creatures, but funnily enough, the mindless animals seem to fail their wisdom saves fairly regularly.
Yeah, you wonder why that is. It must be a coincidence. Roku, it is now actually your turn. If you would like to do
For
things.
fun, I don't know how well this is gonna go. I'm gonna swing at him twice with my maul.
You can certainly try. That is with a -3 modifier on both the attack roll and the damage.
Isn't it -4?
-4.
Okay, so I got a -1 and a 15.
You got a 15.
I got a 15.
So your first swing with the maul in forever, you grip it with Vecna's hand, and it just drops in your grasp, and you're like, "What the hell was that?" So you take it again and go for the shot upwards, and it absolutely just clocks him. And I need you to roll for damage on that. 2d6 -4. But you can smite if you would like to make up for that lost damage.
I feel like I might need that later, so
Does he also, I don't know like what modifications you made, but does he also get the cold damage, or sorry, the frost damage from the hand?
Yeah.
if I expend a charge,
Yes.
Okay.
and I will do that, and I will save my smite for later.
All right.
So he's going to take 4 regular damage here.
With the -4?
Yep, got an 8 and then -4. 4.
And then the Vecna damage.
Rolls a 1,
Is-
enemy gains 3 hit points.
I got 6 cold damage.
So 14 total.
Yep. Wait, what? No.
No.
I got 4 and then 6, 10 total.
Garrett can math.
Shut the fuck up. So you swing upwards and you just hit it, and then the hand sends out this shock wave of ice crystals that shoot all the way up the maul and act as like a spike to just shove into his mouth even further. And as it opens its mouth to squeeze you can see your spike inside of his mouth, and you like pull it out, and the ice fades away. And you kind of look down at your hand like, oh.
That's a thing
That's
that's
pretty neat.
happening now.
Is that your turn?
That is, yes, all I'm going to do.
We venture.
Oh boy.
Run!
This guy here turns around and sees you
With my head in his frog's mouth.
with your head in the frog's mouth. 25, 30. Can he attack you diagonally?
Yes.
I feel like he could.
Yes, he can.
As he walks around you slowly to the stairs, he pulls out this large sword, and it is like just cascading with this negative energy. And he goes, "What did you do with Sevni? What's happening on the outside?" And as he does so, he slices twice down at you. That is going to be a 19 and 17.
17 misses, 19 hits.
The first one, he fears he might hit his frog, so he decides to like cock back a little bit, and the second he just cuts you horizontally across your waist.
Ow.
Dealing...
Darth Maul style.
And he, of course, is using 2 hands with this longsword. Fuck me. 11 plus... So 11 slashing damage and 5 radiant damage, or necrotic damage, if that... Do I need
So
to...
11 and 5, so 16?
16? Yep. As you get hit horizontally, and you just get this icy chill that runs up your spine, and you're like, ew. And it feels like, you know when your leg's asleep and you like can't feel it and it hurts kind of, but not really because you can't feel it? It's like that up your spine. Not great. And that is his turn. We are bringing it back over to up here as Hogar. It seems that the velociraptor underneath you has run away.
Can I look through the window and see the light off of the staff?
Roll a perception check.
That's 18.
No. It seems that whatever they put on this windows is specifically so you cannot see through it. Like they want the illusion that you're being watched constantly without actually knowing.
All right. I'm going to... Can I hit the one that Gronk and Roku are occupying from here?
I'd say with some creative swinging, you sort of like have to like throw Sweetie to the side because the momentum is off, and then like it's hard to walk, so you toss him to the side and use the momentum to like run like a pendulum. And as you get to the side, you can like peek around the side of this tower and take the shots.
I'm going to Hunter's Mark and take 2 shots.
All right.
So does a 14 hit?
A 14 does hit. It is actually...
But I'm guessing a 22 hits as well.
22 does hit. And
Nice.
I'm not sure who else you would hit, but it is this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
All right. 15, 25, 15, 21, 31 piercing damage.
How do you want to do this on this? It is currently stuck partially to Roku, and it has just recently been stabbed in the throat.
Just on the side of its head, just one arrow goes through its temple, and the other goes through its like shoulder blades.
Suddenly, Roku, in front of you, the grip on your shoulder loosens as they get sent clean through like shish kebabs, and he stands there for a moment, and the lizard seems to blink at you a couple of times, Roku, and then just drops and falls, perfectly preserving the arrows inside of his body for further use. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Right.
Eric, can you do me a favor and move their markers to where Hogar moved?
Yeah, I was literally just going to do that. Here, we're on here on the side. Sweetie, you're under here. We're all over the place today. So, next up is Sweetie. What would you like to do?
First, I have a question. Nikolai, have you used your Bardic Inspiration yet?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Oh, I can add that to armor class, can't I?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I forgot that was a
Also,
thing.
do not
Thank you
know
for the
if
reminder.
Nikolai could hear you.
Okay, it's 60 foot, and then also, like in earshot, and like I don't know if I would be able to shout and go up the stone staircase. I imagine there'd be a lot of echoing in this room because there's not a lot of fabric to soak in this noise.
That is a fair assumption. You can,
Also,
so
there's
if you
only
scream
there is only a
hardest-
single window
window between us. So
Hey, yeah.
and glass transmits sound very well because of its crystalline molecular structure. Waves pass
This
through
is
it
too
very
sciencey
easily.
for D&D. Just try to do what you do. I don't like science. Because then I should be letting rhinos sink ships, and I just don't want to get into that. So
Stop disrespecting Jared's girlfriend. That's rude.
I'm sorry.
You shitting my waifu?
What? Oh, not the rhinos through ships thing. The science. Oh, gotcha. I was like. Okay.
Anyways, so if you scream your loudest, you assume Nikolai will be able to hear you in some capacity.
Yeah. Well, I was just wondering.
Well, and I don't need to still hear him if I already got the inspiration, don't I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were trying to inspire him.
No, I already have one that I have yet to use.
Okay.
I was just asking, and then you went on this lecture. So, I'm gonna slide down this rope. Slide it. Okay. Since I'm just sliding, I'm moving, but also technically not really moving. If you understand what I mean.
I will say it will count as some of your movement, but it won't be climbing regularly. You can move half of your entire movement, but I'll just allow sliding to be regular movement.
Well, and how movement works, it's like time based. So like if you're moving at all, that still takes time. So it's still
Okay, true. That's fair. That's fair. That one above Roku is dead, right?
Yes, it is. Here's what we will do. We will,
Eric, you're doing so many things right now.
It's now a villain from the fucking Power Rangers. Just grows.
Make my monster grow.
That was a good re-repulsa.
I'm surprised they're trying to do it quietly.
Anyways, yes, he is dead, as I drew the X over his eyes.
Universal
I
signal
couldn't
for
even
dead.
see that. Slide down the rope, and I want to take off up the stairs as far as possible.
Okay. You specified out of reach of the Velociraptor before, so I'd assume...
How, I didn't know how high you could jump. I assumed that was 15 feet in the air, but also
Okay. These guys are 6 feet tall, so I probably shouldn't have been able to reach you, but because you didn't specify, I did.
Yeah,
It's
fair. It's fair.
So 15 feet is...
Yeah, we'll just say 15 feet.
Okay,
So,
you slide 15 down, and you land here, and then you go...
Then I can move 10 more feet.
Freaking midgets, man.
You walk up to the door.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I can really do at the moment. Yeah.
You peek around, and you can hear the faint sound of a frog monster? Anyway.
Wait, also I have another question.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have nimbleness that allows me to pass through larger creatures' space.
Yeah.
So that means if I had a friendly larger creature, such as Gronk, Roku, or Hogar, would they be able to pass through my space?
No. Sure. I feel like that's not the way the rules were written, but it would definitely make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
They just walk over you as opposed to you running under them.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was like a dexterity thing. Like you can avoid them as you go through their space. Well, either way, it still works.
Okay. That was just a question I had. You can keep going.
Okay. Next up is
Nick, right?
Oh. Nick.
Okay. This flight of stairs, it goes around the perimeter of the building, correct?
Around the perimeter of
the tower.
Yeah, the tower.
Is there if I had a coin in my hand and I reached out into the middle and dropped it, would it fall straight down to the bottom or would it hit stairs?
This thing here in the middle,
yeah,
is an open pass, just all the way down.
All right, cool.
I would like to.
Jump.
Might as well jump.
Oh no, this is going to be way more awesome than that. It's like I have to read that exact same passage. All right, I want to spend a key point to disengage as a bonus action. So I don't take opportunity attacks. I'm pointing to the screen. That doesn't work. And I want to move to the space that is on the map immediately above Black Armor Guy.
You just like sort of use the mucus to like slide out of the mouth and propel yourself backwards around this dude.
All right. And then I want to leap up off the ground, planting my feet on the glass, and then kicking off of the glass to bear tackle this dude down that hole.
Huh. Okay.
That is cooler.
Roll an
Yeah,
athletics
this
step.
will be awesome. If it works. I really hope this works.
It's gonna be tough.
Oh, that's
Remember, you have bardic
pretty
inspiration.
decent. That'll work. 24.
Fuck you. 23.
Yes!
As you slide around him, he goes, "What do you think you're doing, you tricksy little..." And he just gets... and he slides all the way down. Nikolai, I'm gonna have you take like half of the bludgeoning damage you would
Okay, because I'm
on
landing
top
on
of him.
All right. That's potentially still really problematic for me in my current state.
I was just wondering if that sounded reasonable to you, because I don't know if that's a...
Well, and the way it works is I like reduce the fall damage. It's not like I'm immune or anything. So, I could like reduce it and then just half that number. You could have me do it that way. If that's
Or I can have it and then you can reduce it,
okay. That works too.
because that's what I would think would happen.
Okay.
Yeah, because unlike with Cadmus, he doesn't actually fall slower. He just lands better.
Okay, so this would be
40 feet, right?
Yeah.
yes, it is.
And also, do I get? Well, never mind.
16.
That's asking a bit much.
Okay, I appreciate that. That is going to be 8 bludgeoning damage for you.
All right. Yeah, with my reduction, I don't take any of that. For my slow fall ability.
You just, and as he just barrels story by story down this hole, and you just
right in front of Sweetie. And then I'm gonna look up to Sweetie.
Sweetie just runs into this room and just right in front of him.
I could use a hand. I'm in rough shape.
Wait, do you have him like
that was
pinned
it
or
was
something
my action to shove him, or was that just replacing an attack?
I think that replaces the attack. Was it a shove?
Yeah, that's how I like mechanically. So I get 1 attack left because I already used my bonus action. That's a
And he is
23.
prone. But so are you.
Well,
no.
I didn't want to do this once we landed. I want to be punching him on the way down. That's a 23 to hit.
That is.
All right. With 9 bludgeoning damage. As I'm just like laying into this dude as we plummet story by story.
As you just mess this dude up. How much damage was that? Sorry.
I dealt 9 with the punches.
And he lands, sword barely in grasp, and you can just hear him do the as you lay on top of him. And with that, you hear, "Roll, master!" of the
Oh no.
as he
Oh,
runs
the
down the
down the
stairs.
stairs. How?
And he gets an amount down the stairs. Next up is this boy. Gronk.
Did he succeed his save?
I thought so.
No, the other
No,
one
it was
succeeded,
the other
but
one.
then he
The other one
died.
did.
Back to this guy. He's cowering against the side of the cage, like, and then he's going to use the end of his turn to re-roll that save, and that is going to be. Wait, do you still have Bane on this guy?
That is going to be -1.
13.
Beats it.
Oh, yeah. If you want to roll any lower, sweetie.
I'm sorry, I rolled minimum.
And with that, he
That's
sort of like,
making it easier.
and he looks to you and growls a bit. And then Lizard 2 is dead. Gronk, it is your turn as you see that this boy in front of you here is no longer scared of your buddy Roku.
Right, time to give this whole Warhammer thing a try yet again. And I'm gonna crack my neck and my knuckles, and then in 2 hands, and then slow jog the, 15, 20 feet that it is, right up to him, and in 2 hands, swinging it, hopefully hit, and then have my spiritual weapon do the same thing.
You start out slow, and you cock your hand backwards, and then right behind you, the floating spectral weapon does exactly the same. As you run up towards him, use all of your strength.
Fuck. Let's use another luck point, because that worked out pretty well the last time, because that was...
Why did Gronk take the lucky feat? You are the most unlucky roller in the game.
That's why.
That's fair. It helps, but it's like thematically does not make sense.
Like, thematically does not help, but for me, it helps. So that one, that's a 19 for the regular hammer.
That hits.
That's the first time I've ever rolled a straight 19 in this game. That's amazing. Oh my god. +6, that's a 25.
Those both hit as you just bring down the hammer on this dude, and as you hit him, he smashes into the cage behind him, but even as he's like up against the wall, you just use this other cinder block of a hammer to just hit him in the gut.
And that amounts to a total of, wait for it, everybody, 22 damage. All of it is magical. Because we established that after you guys made fun of me.
As
Gerald, I'm proud of you for actually doing something.
And the hammer in the stomach, he coughs out a bit of blood and spittle, but he's still hanging in there as he looks at you and like.
Right, that's about all I got, folks.
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
The doors fly open as he comes squealing inside once more. And that is its turn because it's gonna. It could use its action to dash.
Well, if they get done, it's gonna get shot.
Probably. It's gonna hang back here for a bit.
Go on, die anyway.
Gerald, as a note, I'm not telling you what to do, but as soon as I get within your line of sight, I'm gonna go ahead and click open that dialogue wheel and select I need healing.
I need healing.
Yeah, no, I was
lay
gonna
on
get to you. I
hands,
just
too.
gotta make sure Roku.
Oh, and like I
Roku is
don't even think you can right now because I'm pretty sure you need line of sight or something. But
Okay,
yeah,
it's now your turn.
All right. I'm going to go to Nikolai and lay on hands him.
Oh, thank you. How sweet.
How much damage did you take?
I have 10 hit points right now.
Okay, I'll give you all 30.
I'm almost up at max. Gerald, don't bother.
Gotcha.
I really appreciate that.
Roku, actual good paladin who gives health point or hit points to other players.
Oh,
Yay, Roku!
I used it on
I
myself.
would like to point
and then I
out,
beat the bad guys
in
for
the
you.
defense of Gerald, using them on himself was probably the best play since he was a damage machine.
I
Gerald.
was
Okay.
Nikolai in this situation. Like, I don't understand why you people don't understand that.
Roku.
Thank you very much, Roku.
You walk up, and as you start to lay both hands down, you decide to take the decrepit hand off of his body and just, as he's on top of this other dude, just have this light just shine through him. And Nikolai, you feel like you just got a storm surge through your veins as you come to life once more.
The frog teeth wounds close slowly.
Is Roku Moira?
Yeah,
And
dude.
then with the rest of it, I want to back away from the stairs.
I just dropped a die into my chair. There we go. Back away from the stairs?
Yep.
Shit, where were you at here? What is it? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Do you have 30 movement?
Yes.
You and Sweetie are going to get real personal.
He's in between my legs. I like to imagine that.
Sweetie,
We did establish that Sweetie can occupy the same space.
as Roku backs up, Sweetie, you're like, ah, and you like make a little noise, and he just looks down. You're in between his legs.
There's some demigod crotch dangling above you. Gabby,
Nikolai,
I'm sorry you had to hear that.
you watch the man kind of shove you off. And as he does, he stands up, and his weapon shines in this dark essence, like the dark saber. It shines, but it's also dark. As he does, and then all of a sudden, he slashes his hand downwards, and it turns into this blinding light. And this mixed with your staff is like it is now intensely bright, and your eyes have gotten adjusted to the dark, so they get that pain that you get when you walk outside for the first time in a day and the sun hits you. But he's going to make his first attack towards you, and that is going to be a 24 to hit.
I'll take this one. Now that my hit points are doing okay again.
And he is going to deal plus 13. So he hits you with this blade, and you take 13 damage. But then suddenly, the light from it disperses as it, like Final Flash, hits you in the face. So 13 damage, and then you take an extra.
I understand that reference.
Take an extra 4 radiant damage.
All right. So it's a total of 17?
Yes.
All right.
And all of a sudden, as you look down, you are like emanating this aura of light, as it seems to have, as he seems to want to keep track of you.
There's no save against that?
Nope.
All right.
And then he'll follow up with a secondary attack. Jesus. That is going to be a 14 to hit.
Miss. I just sort of like,
All right.
you know how it be.
As he slices through the light aura that is emanating off of you, he just cannot seem to land a hit. As it is now Hogar's turn.
I'm going to walk 30 feet down the tower, fire one shot at the lizard dude who was bleeding profusely.
The one who just came in?
Yep, because Slayer's Prey is still on him.
It is.
I'm guessing a 26 hits.
That certainly does hit.
Having a plus 10 to hit is fun.
It must be.
Alright. 17 piercing damage.
17 piercing damage?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
Through the throat. Yes.
As he lets out one final screech and flails his little appendages about, he just gets shut down with an arrow to the throat as he drops.
And then, can I see the one who my brother is engaging with?
Just barely. You can peek around.
I move my hunter's mark to him and take another shot.
Without even looking, this sort of like crosshair unfocuses and the energy shifts over to this other one across the room and the crosshair in your eye refocuses. And you let out one more.
That's 15.
15 to hit, that hits.
Alright. Well, a 13 piercing damage.
It looks to you, Gronk, and it just like drops to its knees. And it looks so scared, but very much alive. As it stares at you. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Sweetie, back to you. As you and Roku now stand as you see this man swinging at Nikolai.
This man? As in humanoid man?
Humanoid man, yes. That is an accurate descriptor.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh my.
Oh, God.
I'm going to kind of have a nice little, since I'm under Roku, we'll flavor it. I'm going to have a nice little calm in the eye of the storm. And as everything, all the energy that was like thrown off of me to make the three lizard people kind of suck, all just kind of disappears. I'm going to look up at Mr. Black Shadow guy. What?
AKA the Dick.
What kind of dumbass nickname did 70 give you? Shadow or something? And I'm going to cast Hold Person on him. So I need you to make a wisdom save. Do I get a bonus to the save because Roku's next to me?
No, that doesn't work that way.
No, it does
That
not.
would
That
be
way.
overpowered.
I don't suppose an 8 saves?
An 8 fails. So he is now considered paralyzed.
Paralyzed.
I'm about to lay into this dude so hard.
Kill him. Kill him. Do it now.
Okay. Does everyone know what paralyzed is?
Would you like me to read off the condition of paralyzed?
You get an advantage on attacks against him, and if you make a melee attack against him and hit, it is an automatic critical hit.
It means he's basically dead.
Gerald,
I'm gonna fucking kill
I know how it feels.
You sure?
It
Sure,
hurts.
just wait till he's gone.
It hurts. I don't know how long it'll last. Sweetie, is that your turn? You are now using this dark energy to like hold him in place. And suddenly, Roku, you look as this energy emanates around him and it like binds him to the floor. Your hand just starts to rise up. And you like look at yourself and you like lower the Vecna's hand.
rises up towards the dude.
Yeah, like unnaturally, it just like raises up as if you were controlling him as well, and then you like sort of like catch yourself and just drop it, and, like look around, and then you
Like
look
when
to
you're-
Sweetie. You look to Sweetie below you, and he's doing the exact same motion with his left hand.
When you're getting hypnotized and the dude says to like close your eyes and imagine your hands are like tied to balloons or whatever, and you involuntarily like raise your hand up, it's like that.
Suspicious.
I need to
Be
check
suspicious.
something very quickly. I don't think that's an action. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, as I'm in between Roku's legs, I'm gonna kind of look up, give him a pat on the ass. Go get him, Tiger.
the classic inspirational ass pat underneath your armor. And with that,
of codpiece.
Nikolai, this man is currently being weighed down by black ethereal energy and seems to be stuck in his position.
All right. I am going to use my flurry of blows to attack him as many times as I possibly can.
And you get advantage on all those, boys.
All right.
You're
That
so welcome.
First one is a 19.
That hits.
And I want him to make a dexterity saving throw. Or
Hey,
go
does he
prone.
fail those automatically?
But I'm sorry. I need to.
It's all
Where
good.
is it? I believe was paralyzed. Where's paralyzed? What is?
Yes, automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws. I'm looking at it right now. So he's going to go on the floor with my first hit. It just straight punch to the face.
All right.
All right. And then I'm going to get more d20. Well, no, because I'm just going to roll them one at a time because advantage anyway. So I've got 3 more attacks. That's 21.
That hits.
Natural 20, but it's already a critical, so I don't think it matters.
I don't think that doubles the critical. That's just a regular old crit.
All right.
He's dead.
And 19 plus 8, 27.
Great.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Question. If I use the Bardic Inspiration as damage, does that count as a damage die? And
You would double that. Yes.
Yes, I calculated this when
2d6
making the
for 1
biggest
attack.
damage build.
2d6 for 2 attacks, 2d6 for 3 attacks, 2d6 for 4 attacks, and 2d8 because Bardic Inspiration. I'm about to, like, punch a fireball into this thing. It brings me back to good old biker days. That was fun. Okay, so
I couldn't hear it.
10,
Yeah, I was hoping for a.
20.
I can hear it.
Some of it landed on my book. 10,
That.
Supported the shit out of this
20,
guy.
30, 20. That's 53 damage.
Christ.
After I knock this guy down, I just want to like kneel down over him and like Daredevil when he's on top of the dude and just repeatedly punching him in the face as many times as he can.
And like his frozen position requires him to stay just like his neck elevated above the floor. So every hit just shoves his entire body down, and especially the back of his head into the concrete floor, just over and over again. And as you do so, his helmet like flies off, and it's just a man, dark hair, dark eyes, and he's just bleeding out of every possible orifice in his face.
He's still alive? He survived
Oh yeah,
this? Damn.
Is that your turn, Nick?
Bonus action. I want to get. One sec. I gotta minimize the window that has all your faces in it.
No.
Can you zoom out a bit so I can see more? That frog. How can I tell how far down he is?
Oh, he's. You can hear his footsteps thundering and getting closer, and he's just like up and to the left. You can hear his like floppy yet strong footsteps.
So he's pretty close.
Yes.
Alrighty then. I want to get out of the thing and push just past Roku and Sweetie to get outside the tower.
So you managed to do so.
There's a door behind you.
Yeah,
you
but I want to stay close, like stay grouped
Okay.
together.
10, 15. Where at?
Literally like right there is fine. Actually, up 1 square, so I'm like close to Gronk as well.
20. As you form the power diagonal. Okay, is that your turn?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna like stand back to back with Gronk. Just everything okay out here?
Right, I think I got this guy under control right here, but how's it going in there?
I look down to my now blood-soaked ropes wrapping my fists. Same old, same old.
Right, you get the key?
No. We're working on it.
And just as you say, we're working on it, you hear, Master!
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, there's a giant blue frog monster that can eat people.
Dad, why didn't you lead with that?
Can he fit through the door even?
Kinda. What did you? And he looks over, and if he was intelligent in any variety, it would be Sweetie who's getting this. But with his 7 intelligence and 7 wisdom, he sees the biggest, strongest dude, Roku, as he looks at you. And he looks in his rage and yell to regenerate some of his lost damage as these patches on his skin heal up. And he takes 3 big attacks at you, Roku. First is going to a natural 20, Roku. I'm very sorry. First is going to be a natural 20. The second is going to be a 21. No, sorry, an 11.
That's a little different.
Way different.
Okay, that one does not hit.
And the third and final attack is going to be, a 10.
Okay,
This is
honestly,
still gonna hurt like a bitch.
one crit and 2 misses is not really that bad. Like, it won't feel good by any means.
Well, let's see how much damage he does before we judge it first.
With that, Roku, the claw just comes down and sinks into your chest, and you manage to like hold it and like press it away, but as it's digging into you, it pumps this weird numbing sensation into you, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. You add your own bonus to that.
So, 14 plus 4, 18.
All right. You like, ugh, and you like finally push his hand out of you, and doing so like causes him to like stumble back, and he goes, "Where have you gone?" As he looks towards all of you. And with that, it is now Gronk. My dude here is going to, with his last ditch effort, he's like looking at you like he's so scared. But he takes his final stand as he unleashes all 3 attacks recklessly against you. The first, a natural 20 with this green die for the second roll in a row.
Wait, he has reckless attacks?
He does.
I should have rolled that advantage.
You should have. I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
well.
Well, I'll keep that in mind when it's my
The second is going to be a 23.
Unfortunately, that hits as well.
And the third is going to be a 9.
Well, that doesn't hit, so I'm okay with that.
Damage on that. And 10 plus 5. 15 points of piercing and slashing damage as he just digs into you one final time. And as he pulls himself back with your skin in his mouth, he goes, as one final ditch effort to intimidate you. But he looks pretty rough.
All right,
One
little
last ditch
niggle.
effort before he dies.
And with that, actually, Gronk, it's your turn.
Killing.
Come to Poppy, little niglet.
What the fuck?
All right.
Did you
Good.
just call
Sorta.
this guy a baby black person?
Yes.
Good.
I'm gonna like sort of shake myself off, but then swing the hammer back up, and then like an echo, the spiritual hammer just follow suit
I need you to roll for both of those. This is the hard part.
with advantage, though.
With advantage.
Okay.
Come on, Gerald.
I'm gonna use a luck point on that spiritual hammer.
2 advantages.
Advantage?
I rolled a 3 and a 4.
For a 20-sided these dice,
Okay,
and I'm
For
certain Gerald will
the
4-sided.
Warhammer, that's a natural 20. And for the spiritual weapon, that's a 12.
All right. The spiritual weapon doesn't hit, but with his 2 hit points left, how do you want to do this?
Can we just take a pause a moment? I failed with advantage and a luck point. Like,
Gerald. Gerald, do you want me to buy you some new dice?
yeah.
I think we
Don't
should all
seem to
pitch
work.
in and buy Gerald some new dice.
No, I think
Stage his dice he has now.
this is just
Anyway,
all the muscle bad luck.
basically, I just want to swing this up and smash, smash, smash.
This one in the room, in the cell behind it, it sort of like looks at you in fear as you are just pounding this into gore, as it just like, as you are just hitting organs at this point, and just a red mush as it is spraying all over his brethren. And with that, you get the legendary X over the eyes.
After that whole fiasco, Nikolai is gonna he was covering Grunk's back, so he's gonna look over his shoulder and say, "Oh, are you done?" Gerald, are you still going to mass during quarantine?
No,
Okay.
the Catholic Church is just doing it digitally. Where did that come from?
Because I think next time you go to mass, you should take your dice with you and maybe dip them in the holy water a bit.
Okay, we'll
Alright.
see. But with my movement, I'm gonna go check out this blue frog because I have yet to see it.
Can you see through the doorway with
that
Roku
goes.
and Sweetie standing there?
With it attacking Roku, you see it has like meaty hooks on him, and he's like shaking him back and forth.
Right.
And you like, yup, that's a frog monster.
Nikolai was not lying. That is indeed a big frog.
And that's my turn because I can't get Roku out of there just yet.
Roku, you are currently being assaulted.
All right,
That's what's
awesome.
happening.
I have no idea how bad this is gonna hurt, but while holding his hand, I want to look into his eyes and cast disintegration.
Oh.
Mm.
Is it dexterity saving throw?
Yep.
Somebody call Tom Cruise and take away his pants, because this is some risky business.
How is a 6 gonna do?
Oh, he's gonna take all of it.
You look into his eyes, and he just like starts twitching, and you have seemed to just hit something in his brain, and he starts to panic. I need you to roll damage on that one. What is that?
It's 40 plus 10d6, I'm pretty sure.
Jesus.
As a note to Tom, just because you said he'll take all of this, with disintegration, if he succeeds, he doesn't take any of it. It's a save or suck spell. So, like, be careful with that, with particularly dexterous enemies.
This guy is probably a good bet for not dexterous.
The giant, like, 600,000-pound frog man with meat hooks for hands is not
Yes.
a dexterous being?
Surely I object.
$85 damage.
He looks up to you, and suddenly he like, and his meat hooks start to fade away into ash. But, master, as he plummets into the biggest pile of ash you've ever seen on the floor.
It's like waist deep on Sweetie.
No, I feel bad.
And Tom, you have earned the X's over the I's. This is his body.
Okay. Vecna does not rip out my soul.
Good.
However, I am
That's
also
something.
not exhausted. I got a dirty 20.
You're a little bitch. I cannot believe you just survived both of the terrible things that could happen with that spell. As you sit there, sort of like shocked, but relatively unchanged. And you look down at the motionless man on the floor. Is that your turn?
That is all I'm going to do. Yeah,
Avery,
that was fun. I enjoyed that.
sweetie, within the confines of your spell, do I make the save at the end of my turns?
I believe it's your action.
At the end of each of its turns, the target can make another wisdom saving throw.
14.
Nope.
Is it still paralyzed?
I'll give you a little hint. The spell save is 15.
Oh my God. And with that, he's knocked
It
over
fucking sucks,
because
doesn't it?
Nikolai just piled into him. So he's knocked over on the floor, and as you sort of grasp at him, these shadows from the ground will start gripping him and just pulling him deeper into the floor. And he's now just pressed against the floor, open, as if goading you to attack, but he's not even in control of himself.
Coincidentally, all of the hands that are grasping at him are left ones.
True. Hogar.
I'm going to walk the rest of the way down and over to the door, diagonally if I have to.
Where?
To the
Right or left?
this door. It's closer.
Okay, it's kind of cramped.
Alright, can I make it to the other door?
Can you move through what?
Can I
make
use my
it to the
action
door?
from my previous turn to walk into the room?
You know what? In such a situation, I would allow it. You now stand, crotch in Sweetie's face.
Can I walk up the rest of the way and stab him twice with my short sword?
Yes.
Alright, and then I'm also going to Hunter's Mark him.
As he just sits here, you don't even make a subtle approach. You just pull up, unsheathe the sword, and you're just I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do to you. As the crosshair just tightens, and you just lay to waste this dude.
This is an 18, sorry, a 16 hit.
A 16 does not hit. Is that with advantage?
With advantage.
Yeah, I got a 3 and an 8.
Ooh.
That's
As you
rough,
go to
buddy.
swing down, these weird shadows are repelling the tip of your sword like a magnet, and you're I'm just going to ignore the dark magic for now, and we're going to think about this after. Your second attack?
That's a 26.
Now that certainly hits.
Yeah. Alright. Alright.
Yeah, Garrick, you changed that volume.
28 piercing damage.
20?
28.
28.
2-8.
You just stab through his plate mail armor, which has suddenly turned more malleable than clay. As you pull the sword out, the blood starts shifting unnaturally through the air. It literally just starts moving upward slowly.
Can you not do that?
You sort of swat at the blood, and it eventually just starts dissipating away towards the floor. All in this slow.
Is that a result of the whole person spell?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
There's some. You guys are seeing some dark magic shit going on right now. It's weird.
Okay, I didn't know if that was some ability he had that was doing that I now need to be worried about in addition to everything else.
His blood turns into creatures that attack.
That'd be kind of a cool concept.
Oh, God.
Like, the more you damage him, the more enemies he gets.
Yes.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Now, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for this.
Oh, boy.
If
That's
you
a
drop the spell, I swear.
great time.
Sweetie's going to be a little curious. So, not dropping concentration on anything. Sweetie's going to walk in between Hogar's legs, open up his suit coat, grab a vial of basilisk, pop open the lid, and pour it into the open wound. Just curious on what it's going to do.
Why?
Okay, you know, like when people put cocaine in the bloodstream, it's not really the best thing to happen. So, like, if a drug is not taken right, maybe he'll just overdose and die right here.
Oh, okay. I guess maybe. I feel like just
Or you
like
just
stabbing
buffed him for the next however long.
Well, I was
That's
thinking
a
that
fair
too,
stand.
but also didn't you say Basilisk lowers your wisdom?
He takes a -2 penalty to both his intelligence and wisdom.
So that'll affect his wisdom saves, won't it?
It will indeed, as it does not, in fact, kill him outright, which you had hoped. But you can see in his eyes, they start twitching, and his, like, the whites of his eyes are now just, like, tie-dye. He's fucking
Oh, God.
like, this is
Guys,
injecting drugs into the bloodstream faster than a suppository will. Like, it is in. And with that, he's tripping balls. Is that your turn?
That's all I
Jared, why
can
did you
do.
raise your hand?
I missed the chat.
Okay.
That's all I can do. So yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that would be about an action. And with that, it will be Nikolai's turn.
I'm gonna go back in. I'm gonna kneel over this dude. Second verse, similar to the first.
Wait, sorry. I do have one bardic inspiration left. Before Nikolai walks in, hey Nikolai, come back in here. Bardic inspiration.
It is now it is now Sweetie's idea that you walked back into this room.
Potentially another 2d8 to lay into this dude.
Potentially, yes.
All
This
right,
poor
I am
guy.
going to spend another key point to flurry it well. I'll hold off and see if I kill him first. That's a 23,
That hits.
a 27,
That hits.
a 26.
That hits.
Jesus, I'm rolling really high even without the. I changed my mind. I'm gonna burn my last key point anyway, and a 24.
That hits.
All right. One attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks, 4 attacks. That's 2, 6, 8. Yes. 8. All right. 8, 6, 40, 43 plus 20 is 63.
How do you want to do this?
All right. So I'm just gonna pick this dude up by the throat and pull him up away from the grasping hands and slam his paralyzed body up against the wall. Look down at my already bloodied fist. And just with the one hand around his neck, pinning him to the wall, and the other one repeatedly against his face, just for as long as I possibly can, until his face is gone and my face is covered in his blood. Repeatedly lay into this guy over and over. And with every hit, I'm remembering everything that these slavers have done to me and everything that I've heard they've done to other people, as I just one after another until he's beyond dead.
And in your times of closing your eyes to not get blood into them, there's just small circles that are uncovered by blood, and the rest of your face looks like a skull that is from his blood dripping down. You let go. There is no face anymore. There's just mush and a neck. You let go of the neck, and he hits the ground. That is where we will pick up next week, after conquering the Panopticon.
Can I ask something of flavor for that
Depends.
kill? When he drops to the ground, the hands come back up and grab the body and pull just his body. No armor, no clothing, nothing of that. Just his flesh, blood, and bones into the ground.
The armor just lays flat onto the floor.
Well,
And with that,
Eric,
we'll
that
pick up.
was